Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 23. Let's go through the words. Crosspatch, an ill-natured person. Pyrrhic, of or pertaining to an ancient Greek martial dance. Kahau, a long-nosed monkey Semnopithecus nasalis, native of Borneo. The general color of the body is bright chestnut, with the underparts, shoulders, and sides of the head golden yellow, and the top of the head and upper part of the back brown, called also proboscis monkey. Remuneration, the act of remunerating. Horse, anything, actual or figurative, on which one rides as on a horse, a hobby. Pericardial, of or pertaining to pericardium, situated around the heart. Stylographic, pertaining to, or used in, stylographic pen, as, stylographic ink. Second, immediately following the first, next to the first in order of place or time, hence, occurring again, another, other. Cum, an instrument for currying hairy animals, or cleansing and smoothing their coats, a currycum. Step, to fix the foot of the mast, in its step, to erect. Flagellate, of or pertaining to the flagellata. Terse, refined, accomplished set of persons. Dramaturgy, the art of dramatic composition and representation. Diplume, to strip or pluck off the feather of, to deprive of plumage. Prostate, standing before, applied to gland which is found in the males of most mammals, and is situated at the neck of the bladder where this joins the urethra. Adaptive, suited, given, or tending to adaptation, characterized by adaptation, capable of adapting. Dasypedic, pertaining to the dasypedes, Stylopedic. Intermundian, being, between worlds or orbs. Sleepless, having no sleep, wakeful. Sidled, imperfect and past participle of sidle, to go or move with one side foremost, to move sidewise, as, to sidle through a crowd or narrow opening. Action, an engagement between troops in war, whether on land or water, a battle, a fight, as, a general action, a partial action. Chromatism, an abnormal coloring of plants. Murd, imperfect and past participle of mur, to fix or secure, as a vessel, in a particular place by casting anchor, or by fastening with cables or chains, as, The vessel was moored in the stream. They moored the boat to the wharf. Brevity. Contraction into few words. Conciseness. Sloppy. Habitually idle and lazy, slothful, dull, inactive, as a sluggish man. Bier. A hand barrow or portable frame on which a corpse is placed or borne to the grave. Ridge. To form into ridges with the plow, as land. Supernumerary. A person or thing beyond what is necessary or usual, especially a person employed not for regular service, but only to fill the place of another in case of need. Specifically, in theaters, a person who is not a regular actor, but is employed to appear in a stage spectacle. Contrite. In a contrite manner. Incarceration. A constriction of the hernial sac, rendering it irreducible, but not great enough to cause strangulation. Accident. Any accidental property, fact, or relation, an accidental or non-essential, as beauty is an accident. Cantab. A Cantabrigian. Service. An ingrated organ or part, especially an ingrated gland. Fleshy. Human. Venereal. Adapted to excite venereal desire. Aphrodisiac. Hellenistical. Pertaining to the Hellenists. Pyroxylate. Derived from wood by distillation, formerly used in designating crude wood spirit. Abactor. One who steals and drives away cattle or beasts by herds or droves. En rank. To place in ranks or in order. Syzygy. The point of an orbit, as of the moon or a planet, at which it is in conjunction or opposition, commonly used in the plural. Scab. A nickname for a workman who engages for lower wages than are fixed by the trades unions. Also, for one who takes the place of a workman on a strike. Unpoised. Not poised or weighed. Hence, regardless of consequences, unhesitating. Promptuary. Of or pertaining to preparation. Un. Un is prefixed to adjectives, or to words used adjectively. Greek. A swindler, a knave, a cheat. Assimilate. To feign, to counterfeit, to simulate, to resemble. Pachylax. The strong ligament of the back of the neck in quadrupeds. It connects the back of the skull with dorsal spines of the cervical vertebrae and helps to support the head, called also paxiwaxi and paquax. Blink. To shine, especially with intermittent light, to twinkle, to flicker, to glimmer, as a lamp. Hylacis. A philosopher who treats chiefly of matter, one who adopts or teaches hylism. Tosimer. An instrument for detecting or measuring minute extension or movements of solid bodies. It consists essentially of a small rod, disc, or button of carbon, forming part of an electrical circuit, the resistance of which, being varied by the changes of pressure produced by the movements of the object to be measured, causes variations in the strength of the current, which variations are indicated by a sensitive galvanometer. It is also used for measuring minute changes of temperature. Non-pericardial. Having no equal. Fearless. Handwriting. That which is written by hand. Manuscript. Quadratojugal. The quadratojugal bone. Valsalvian. Of or pertaining to Valsalva, an Italian anatomist of the 17th century. Bridgepot. The adjustable socket, or step, of a millstone spindle. Ribbon. A fillet or narrow woven fabric, commonly of silk, used for trimming some part of a woman's attire, for badges, and other decorative purposes. Triplicate. A third thing corresponding to two others of the same kind. Sea duck. Any one of numerous species of ducks which frequent the seacoasts and feed mainly on fishes and mollusks. The skitters, eiders, old squaw, and ruddy duck are examples. They may be distinguished by the lobate hind toe. Whiting. Knowledge. Tuco. A burrowing South American rodent Ctenomys brasiliensis. It has small eyes and ears and a short tail. It resembles a pocket gopher in size, form, and habits, but is more nearly allied to the porcupines. Prelal. Of or pertaining to printing, typographical. Underwork. Inferior or subordinate work, petty business. Shed. To let fall, to throw off, as a natural covering of hair, feathers, shell. To cast, as fowls shed their feathers, serpents shed their skins, trees shed leaves. Mighty. Denoting an extraordinary degree or quality in respect of size, character, importance, consequences, etc. Ambulate. To walk, to move about. Micrometry. The art of measuring with a micrometer.
consensual,
possessing harmony, accordant.
photogram,
A photograph,
slosh,
to dash or flow noisily, as water. To splash, as water sloshing on a shallow place.
casket,
The tomb.
ride,
To be born or in a fluid. To float, to lie.
underdressed,
Not dresses enough.
limner,
A painter, an artist.
fatuous,
Without reality, illusory, like the ignis fatuus.
cannibalism,
The act or practice of eating human flesh by mankind, hence, murderous cruelty, barbarity.
relievement,
The act of relieving, or the state of being relieved, relief, release.
kicker,
One who, or that which, kicks.
cooler,
That which cools, or abates heat or excitement.
looming,
The indistinct and magnified appearance of objects seen in particular states of the atmosphere, an optical effect, sometimes seen on the ocean, but more frequently in deserts, due to total reflection of light at the surface common to two strata of air differently heated. The reflected image is seen, commonly in an inverted position, while the real object may or may not be in sight. When the surface is horizontal and below the eye, the appearance is that of a sheet of water in which the object is seen reflected. When the reflecting surface is above the eye, the image is seen projected against the sky. The fata morgana and looming are species of mirage.
pyrrhism,
Any compound ascidian of the genus Pyrrhisoma. The pyrrhisomes form large hollow cylinders, sometimes 2 or 3 feet long, which swim at the surface of the sea and are very phosphorescent.
evil eye,
Possessed of the supposed evil eye, also, looking with envy, jealousy, or bad design, malicious.
12th night,
The evening of Epiphany, or the 12th day after Christmas, observed as a festival by various churches.
approachless,
Impossible to be approached.
libertarian,
One who holds to the doctrine of free will.
imptree,
Obtained by entity.
sempiternity,
Future duration without end. The relation or state of being sempiternal.
blessed,
Hallowed, consecrated, worthy of blessing or adoration, heavenly, holy.
Landtag,
The Diet or legislative body, as the Landtag of Prussia.
appreciant,
having or showing a just or ready appreciation or perception, as an appreciative audience.
Letterpress.
Print, letters and words impressed on paper or other material by types, often used of the writing matter in distinction from the illustrations.
Procers.
An order of large birds, the ratit, called also proceri.
Pronunciative.
Of or pertaining to pronunciation.
Stimulated.
Imperfect and past participle of stimulate, to excite as if with a go, to excite, rouse, or animate, to action or more vigorous exertion by some pungent motive or by persuasion, as, to stimulate one by the hope of reward, or by the prospect of glory.
Insulter.
One who insults.
Callipee.
A part of a turtle which is attached to the lower shell. It contains a fatty and gelatinous substance of a light yellowish color, much esteemed as a delicacy.
Play.
To move in any manner, especially to move regularly with alternate or reciprocating motion, to operate, to act, as the fountain plays.
Canter.
One who makes hypocritical pretensions to goodness, one who uses canting language.
Sluggish.
Characteristic of a sluggard, dull, stupid, tame, simple.
Isothermopithecus.
Of or pertaining to an isothermopith, possessing or indicating equal temperatures in a vertical section, as of the ocean.
Professoriate.
The body of professors, or the professorial staff, in a university or college.
Couch.
Any place for repose, as the lair of a beast, etc.
Dimple.
To mark with dimples or dimple-like depressions.
Seal.
Hence, to shut or close, as the eyes, to blind.
Ledger.
Anything that lies in a place, that which, or one who, remains in a place.
Outran.
Imperfect of outrun, to exceed, or leave behind, in running, to run faster than, to outstrip, to go beyond.
Pommel.
A pommel.
Included.
Enclosed, confined.
Theology.
The science, doctrine, or demonstration of causes, especially the investigation of the causes of any disease, the science of the origin and development of things.
Wiles.
Sometimes, at times.
Self-existence.
Inherent existence, existence possessed by virtue of a being's own nature, and independent of any other being or cause, an attribute peculiar to God.
Rat.
To extend by the application of force, to stretch or strain, specifically, to stretch on the rack or wheel, to torture by an engine which strains the limbs and pulls the joints.
Tetrad.
The number 4, a collection of 4 things, a quaternion.
Damnify.
To cause loss or damage to injure, to impair.
Hockey.
A game in which 2 parties of players, armed with sticks curved or hooked at the end, attempt to drive any small object as a ball or a bit of wood toward opposite goals.
Cogitate.
To engage in continuous thought, to think.
Starn.
The European starling.
Meeting.
A coming together, an assembling, as the meeting of Congress.
Reflex.
Directed back, attended by reflection, retroactive, introspective.
Excitomotory.
Exciting motion, said of that portion of the nervous system concerned in reflex actions, by which impressions are transmitted to a nerve center and then reflected back so as to produce muscular contraction without sensation or volition.
Boss.
A wooden vessel for the mortar used in tiling or masonry, hung by a hook from the laths, or from the rounds of a ladder.
Totality.
The quality or state of being total, as the totality of an eclipse.
Siphus.
A cup-shaped stem or pedicelium in lichens, also called sipha of Cladonia pyxidata, under lichen.
A streak.
To streak.
Gald.
A series of beds of clay and marl in the south of England, between the upper and lower greensand of the Cretaceous period.
Excuse.
To free from an impending obligation or duty, hence, to disengage, to dispense with, to release by favor, also, to remit by favor, not to exact, as, to excuse a forfeiture.
Radius.
The barbs of a perfect feather.
Dandruff.
A scurf which forms on the head and comes off in smaller particles.
Speckled belly.
The gadwall.
Resound.
To be mentioned much and loudly.
Pontagralism.
The theory or practice of the medical profession, used in burlesque or ridicule.
Spoiled.
The shoulder.
Flange.
To be bent into a flange.
Rich.
To enrich.
Mulligatawny.
An East Indian curry soup.
Consitedness.
The state of being conceited, conceit, vanity.
Sunder.
A separation into parts, a division or severance.
Stumpy.
Full of stumps, hard, strong.
Mercurial.
A preparation containing mercury.
Accent.
To set on fire, to kindle.
Hatchment.
A sort of panel, upon which the arms of a deceased person are temporarily displayed, usually on the walls of his dwelling. It is lozenge-shaped or square, but is hung corner-wise. It is used in England as a means of giving public notification of the death of the deceased, his order rank, whether married, widower, widow, etc., called also achievement.
Frisic.
The language of the Frisians, a Teutonic people formerly occupying a large part of the coast of Holland and northwestern Germany. The modern dialects of Frisic are spoken chiefly in the province of Friesland, and on some of the islands near the coast of Germany and Denmark.
Prelacies.
The order of prelates, taken collectively, the body of ecclesiastical dignitaries.
Vaquist.
One who holds the doctrine that the space between the bodies of the universe, or the molecules and atoms of matter, is a vacuum, opposed to plenus.
Whoop.
A shout, a whoop, as in whooping cough.
Informed.
Unorganized, without definite shape or structure, as an informed or unorganized ferment.
Sonorous.
Impressive in sound, high sounding.
Electromancy.
Divination by means of a cock and grains of corn placed on the letters of the alphabet, the letters being put together in the order in which the grains were eaten.
Brood.
That which is bred or produced, breed, species.
Powdery.
Sprinkled or covered with powder, dusty, as the powdery bloom on plums.
Ambidextrousness.
The quality of being ambidextrous, ambidexterity.
Cnidari.
A comprehensive group equivalent to the Trichoelenterata, that is, exclusive of the sponges. They are so named from presence of stinging cells cnida in the tissues. A comprehensive group of invertebrata, mostly marine, comprising the Anthozoa, Hydrozoa, and Ctenophora. The name implies that the stomach and body cavities are one. The group is sometimes enlarged so as to include the sponges.
Vogue.
The way or fashion of people at any particular time, temporary mode, custom, or practice, popular reception for the time, used now generally in the phrase in vogue.
Mummy.
A gummy liquor that exudes from embalmed flesh when heated. formerly supposed to have magical and medicinal properties.
Impetuosity.
Impiety,
Diaglyptic.
represented or formed by depressions in the general surface, as diaglyphic sculpture or engraving, opposed to anaglyphic.
Chanted.
Imperfect and past participle of chant, a short and simple melody, divided into two parts by double bars, to which in metrical psalms, etc., are sung or recited. It is the most ancient form of choral music.
Citole.
A musical instrument, a kind of dulcimer.
Chirurgotist.
One who treats diseases of the hands and feet, especially one who removes corns and bunions.
Liver.
More agreeable, more pleasing.
Skimmer.
One who, or that which, skims, especially a utensil with which liquids are skimmed.
Mythologic.
Of or pertaining to mythology or to myths, mythical, fabulous.
Immensity.
The state or quality of being immense, in limited or immeasurable extension, infinity, vastness in extent or bulk, greatness.
Ionic.
Ionic type,
Confusion.
overthrow, defeat, ruin.
Limp.
Flaccid, flabby, as flesh.
Interclusion.
Interception, a stopping/obstruction.
Fall.
Lapse or declension from innocence or goodness, specifically, the first apostasy, the act of our first parents in eating the forbidden fruit, also, the apostasy of the rebellious angels.
Lucidity.
The quality or state of being lucid.
Tassel.
The male hawk, the male of various falcons, especially of the peregrine, also, the male of the goshawk.
Burden.
To press with anything grievous or trying to overload, as to burden a nation with taxes.
Discontinuance.
A breaking off or interruption of an estate, which happened when an alienation was made by a tenant in title, or other tenant, seized in right of another, of a larger estate than the tenant was entitled to, whereby the party ousted or injured was driven to his real action, and could not enter. This effect of such alienation is now obviated by statute in both England and the United States.
Bicorn.
Having two horns, two-horned, crescent-like.
Subperitoneal.
Situated under the peritoneal membrane.
Means.
The farm attached to mansion house.
Pentameter.
Having 5 metrical feet.
Gunsmithery.
The art or business of a gunsmith.
Pelvinate.
Curved convexly or swelled, as a pelvinated frieze.
Kabbalist.
One versed in the Kabbalah or the mysteries of Jewish traditions.
Emert.
As if dead, lifeless, spiritless, dejected, depressed.
Chop church.
An exchanger or an exchange of benefices.
Plauditory.
Applauding, commending.
Peranter.
Peradventure, peradventure, perchance.
Zoomorphism.
The quality of representing or using animal forms, as zoomorphism in ornament.
Wareful.
Wary, watchful, cautious.
Lie.
Imperative of light to lie.
Strip leaf.
Tobacco which has been stripped of its stalks before packing.
Two.
1 and 1, twice 1.
16 nose.
Having 16 leaves to sheet of, or equal to, the size of one fold of a sheet of printing paper when folded so as to make 16 leaves, or 32 pages, as a sextodecimo volume.
In an N.
Applied to breeding from a male and female of the same parentage, present participle and verbal noun of breed, a race or variety of men or other animals or of plants, perpetuating its special or distinctive characteristics by inheritance.
Lilliputian.
Of very small size, diminutive, dwarfed.
Court.
The residence of a sovereign, prince, nobleman, or ether dignitary, a palace.
Casual.
Coming without regularity, occasional, incidental, as casual expenses.
Silk.
That which resembles silk, as the filiform styles of the female flower of maize.
Mussulmans.
A Mohammedan, a Muslim.
Situation.
Permanent position or employment, place, office, as a situation in a store, a situation under government.
Runaway.
Very successful, accomplishing success quickly, as a runaway bestseller.
Asystolism.
The state or symptoms characteristic of a systole.
Rounded.
Modified by contraction of the lip opening, labialized, labial, the leather strap by which the shield of night was slung across the shoulder, or across the neck and shoulder, to pronunciation, /11.
Set.
To point out the seat or position of, as birds, or other game, set of hunting dogs.
inconvincibly,
in a manner not admitting of being convinced.
inefficacy,
Want of power to produce the desired or proper effect, inefficiency, ineffectualness, futility, uselessness, fruitlessness, as the inefficacy of medicines or means.
palingenesis,
That form of evolution in which the truly ancestral characters conserved by heredity are reproduced in development, original simple descent, distinguished from kenogenesis, sometimes, in zoology, the abrupt metamorphosis of insects, crustaceans, etc.
stone cold,
Cold as a stone.
clarification,
The act of freeing from obscurities.
furfural,
A colorless oily liquid, C4H3O, of a pleasant odor, obtained by the distillation of bran, sugar, etc., and regarded as an aldehyde derivative of furfurin, called also furfural.
bow,
Two pieces of wood which form the arch forward part of a saddle tree.
pray,
To boast, to speak loudly and boastfully.
blow,
To cause air to pass through by the action of the mouth, or otherwise, to cause to sound, as a wind instrument, as, to blow a trumpet, to blow an organ.
superoxidate,
To combine with oxygen so as to form a superoxide or peroxide.
venphus,
A ditch on the outside of the counterscript, usually full of water.
horizon,
Horizon.
brills,
The hair on the eyelids of a horse.
spiegel iron,
A fusible white cast iron containing a large amount of carbon from 3.5 to 6%, and some manganese. When the manganese reaches 25% and upwards it has a granular structure, and constitutes the alloy ferromanganese, largely used in the manufacture of Bessemer steel, called also specular pig iron, spiegel and Spiegeleisen.
instructional,
Pertaining to or promoting instruction, educational.
ambition,
The act of going about to solicit or obtain an office, or any other object of desire, canvassing.
seepage,
Water that seeped or oozed through a porous soil.
quarter,
The fourth of a ton in weight, or 8 bushels of grain, as a quarter of wheat, also the fourth part of a chaldron of gold.
disenthralled,
Imperfect and past participle of disenthrall, to free from thraldom, to disenthrall.
salutiferous,
Bringing health, healthy, salutary, beneficial, as salutiferous air.
reproof,
An expression of blame or censure, especially blame expressed to the face, censure for a fault, chiding, reproach.
Hair brown.
Of a clear tint of brown, resembling brown human hair, it is composed of equal proportions of red and green.
Cancel.
The part thus suppressed.
Coriander.
An umbelliferous plant, the Coriandrum sativum, the fruit or seeds of which have a strong smell and a spicy taste, and in medicine are considered as stomachic and carminative.
Pitcher.
A tubular or cup-like appendage or expansion of the leaves of certain plants.
Collapse.
A sudden and complete failure, an utter failure of any kind, a breakdown.
Beaver.
The fur of the beaver.
Tellurian.
A dweller on the earth.
Infirmarian.
A person dwelling in, or having charge of, an infirmary, especially in a monastic institution.
Rendition.
Translation, rendering, version.
Fungoid.
Like a fungus, spongy.
Tautologized.
Imperfect and past participle of tautologize, to repeat the same thing in different words.
Vice.
A tool for drawing lead into cams, or flat groove rods, for casements.
Dormer.
A window pierced in a roof, and so set as to be vertical while the roof slopes away from Italian, also, the gable, or house-like structure, in which it is contained.
Close.
To end, terminate, or come to period, as, the debate closed at 6 o'clock.
Polish.
Anything used to produce a gloss.
Prosopopslasia.
A figure by which things are represented as persons, or by which things inanimate are spoken of as animated beings. Also, a figure by which an absent person is introduced as speaking, or a deceased person is represented as alive and present. It includes personification, but is more extensive in its signification.
Immemorially.
Beyond memory.
Chisel.
To cut close, as in a bargain, to cheat.
Lollipop.
A kind of sugar confection which dissolves easily in the mouth.
Ethereally.
In an ethereal manner.
Move.
To cause to change place or posture in any manner. To set in motion, to carry, convey, draw, or push from one place to another. To impel, to stir, as the wind moves a vessel, the horse moves a carriage.
Reticulose.
Forming a network, characterized by a reticulated structure.
Angelize.
To raise to the state of an angel, to render angelic.
Condescendingly.
In a condescending manner.
Surbound.
To give back echoes, to recho.
An electric.
Not becoming electrified by friction, opposed to idioelectric.
For possess.
Holding or held formerly in possession.
Slinging.
Present participle and verbal noun of sling, an instrument for throwing stones or other missiles, consisting of a short strap with two strings fastened to its ends, or with a string fastened to one end and a light stick to the other. The missile being lodged in a hole in the strap, the ends of the string are taken in the hand, and the whole whirled rapidly round until, by loosing one end, the missile is let fly with centrifugal force.
Megalo.
Combining forms signifying great, extended, powerful, as megascope, megacosm.
Subjected.
Being in a lower situation, though not directly beneath, as hills and subjacent valleys.
Encroachment.
An encroachment, usurpation.
Hypochondriac.
Affected, characterized, or produced by hypochondriasis.
Areola.
An interstice or small space, as between the cracks of the surface in certain crustaceous lichens, or as between the fibers composing organs or vessels that interlace, or as between the nervures of an insect's wing.
Graver.
An engraving or cutting tool, baron.
Typhotoxin.
A basic substance, C7H17 NO2, formed from the growth of the typhoid bacillus on meat pulp. It induces in small animals lethargic conditions with liquid dejecta. The European Sandra immaculata, called also mirror ray and rough ray.
Culpability.
The state of being culpable.
Electrodynamical.
Pertaining to the movements or force of electric or galvanic currents, dependent on electric force.
Refrainment.
Act of refraining.
Slick.
The finer portion of a crushed ore, as of gold, lead, or tin, separated by the water in certain wet processes.
Handfast.
Fast by contract, betrothed by joining hands.
Shape.
Dress for disguise, guise.
Resiny.
Like resin, resinous.
Silesia.
A tooled cotton fabric used for dress linings.
Pinch.
Imperfect and past participle of pinch, to press hard or squeeze between the ends of the fingers, between teeth or claws, or between the jaws of an instrument, to squeeze or compress, as between any two hard bodies.
Fiddle.
To keep the hands and fingers actively moving as a fiddler does. To move the hands and fingers restlessly or in busy idleness. To trifle.
Tropylian.
A name given to any one of a series of orange red dyestuffs produced artificially from certain complex sulfonic acid derivatives of azo and diazo hydrocarbons of the aromatic series, so called because of the general resemblance to the shades of nasturtium tropylium.
Circulation.
The extent to which anything circulates or is circulated, the measure of diffusion, as the circulation of a newspaper.
Oxygenized.
Imperfect and past participle of oxygenize, to oxidize.
Flushing.
Present participle and verbal noun of flush, any tinge of red color like that produced on the cheeks by a sudden rush of blood, as the flush on the side of a peach, the flush on the clouds at sunset.
Anomalous.
Deviating from the general rule, method, or analogy, abnormal, irregular, as an anomalous proceeding.
Extravasated.
Imperfect and past participle of extravasate, to force or let out of the proper vessels or arteries, as blood.
Bubby.
A woman's breast.
Debutante.
A person who makes his or her first appearance before the public.
Ruling.
Present participle and verbal noun of rule. That which is prescribed or laid down as a guide for conduct or action, a governing direction for a specific purpose, an authoritative enactment, a regulation, a prescription, a precept, as the rules of various societies, the rules governing a school, the rule of etiquette or propriety, the rules of cricket.
Exhuming.
Present participle and verbal noun of exhume, to dig out of the ground, to take out of a place of burial, to disinter.
Infer.
Imperfect and past participle of infer, to derive by deduction or by induction, to conclude or surmise from facts or premises, to accept or derive, as a consequence, conclusion, or probability, to imply, as, I inferred his determination from his silence.
Furoid.
A colorless, crystalline substance, C10H8O4, from furfural.
Ostentation.
A show or spectacle.
Paw.
A pivoted tongue, or sliding bolt, on one part of a machine, adapted to fall into notches, or interdental spaces, on another part, as a ratchet wheel, in such a manner as to permit motion in one direction and prevent it in the reverse, as in a windlass, a catch, click, or didn't of ratchet wheel.
Subtraction.
The act or operation of subtracting or taking away a part.
Gag.
Something thrust into the mouth or throat to hinder speaking.
Leg.
To bow.
Animalculous.
A believer in the theory of animalculism.
Smudge.
To stifle or smother with smoke, to smoke by means of a smudge.
Itinerant.
One who travels from place to place, particularly a preacher, one who is unsettled.
Pieman.
A man who makes or sells pies.
Pericardia.
Some unusual appendage about the pistil, as the bottle-shaped body in the sedges, and the bristles or scales in some other genera of the sedge family, or Cyperaceae.
Ensnaring.
Present participle and verbal noun of ensnare, to take by wiles, stratagem, or deceit, to involve in difficulties or perplexities, to seduce by artifice, to inveigle, to lure, to entangle.
Weird.
A spell or charm.
Diantivus.
Rare, excellent, costly.
Alleviator.
One who, or that which, alleviates.
Spread.
Imperative of spread.
Artificer.
An artistic worker, a mechanic or manufacturer, one whose occupation requires skill or knowledge of a particular kind, as a silversmith.
List.
To desire or choose, to please.
Teasel.
A plant of the genus Dipsacus, of which one species died Phyllonum, bears a large flower head covered with stiff, prickly, hooked bracts. This flower head, when dried, is used for raising a nap on woolen cloth.
Aloofness.
State of being aloof.
Stop.
Made by complete closure of the mouth organs, shut, set of certain consonants b, d, etc.
Church.
To bless according to prescribed form, or to unite within publicly returning thanks in church, as after deliverance from the dangers of childbirth, as the churching of women.
Caitiff.
A captive, a prisoner.
Tonga.
A drug useful in neuralgia, derived from a Fijian plant supposed to be of the roid genus Ipipremnum.
Amend.
A pecuniary punishment or fine, a reparation or recantation.
Anguise.
To augur.
Absently.
In an absent or abstracted manner.
Irretrievably.
In an irretrievable manner.
Fantastic.
Relating to any disease characterized by tonic spasms.
Fetch the mare.
The trepang.
Vulgar.
Hence, lacking cultivation or refinement. Rustic, boorish, also, offensive to good taste or refined feelings, low, coarse, mean, base, as, vulgar men, minds, language, or manners.
Mellifluently.
In a mellifluent manner.
Attachable.
Capable of being attached, especially, liable to be taken by writ or precept.
Tisson.
A decoction of barley with other ingredients, a farinaceous drink.
Horseshoeing.
The act or employment of shoeing horses.
Arsine.
A compound of arsenic and hydrogen, Ash3, a colorless and exceedingly poisonous gas, having an odor like garlic, arseniuretted hydrogen.
Yawn.
The act of opening wide, or of gaping.
Undercharge.
To charge below or under. To charge less than is usual or suitable for, as, to undercharge goods or services.
Establishment.
The state of being established, founded, and the like, fixed state.
Idealist.
One who idealizes, one who forms picturesque fancies, one given to romantic expectations.
Yath.
Cave, to devote, to ply, use reflexively, to devote or apply oneself, as, the soldiers give themselves to plunder, also in this sense used very frequently in the past participle, as, the people are given to luxury and pleasure, the youth is given to study.
Ward.
A division of the county.
Ancestral.
Of, pertaining to, derived from, or possessed by, an ancestor or ancestors, as, an ancestral estate.
Glassmaker.
One who makes, or manufactures, glass.
Septuple.
Indicating one part of two, in the ratio of 1 to 2.
Nestorian.
Relating to, or resembling, Nestor, the aged warrior and counselor mentioned by Homer, hence, wise, experienced, aged, as, Nestorian caution.
Smee.
The pin-tailed duck.
Duodecimos.
A book consisting of sheets each of which is folded into 12 leaves, hence, indicating, more or less definitely, the size of a book, usually written 12 no or 12 degrees.
Vegetative.
Having relation to growth or nutrition, partaking of simple growth and enlargement of the systems of nutrition, apart from the sensorial or distinctively animal functions, vegetal.
Concreate.
To create at the same time.
Lobbing.
Present participle and verbal noun of lob. To let fall heavily or lazily.
Latrina.
A genus of small pectinibranch mollusks, having thick spiral shells, abundant between tides on nearly all rocky sea coasts. They feed on seaweeds. The common periwinkle is a well-known example. Any small marine gastropod shell of the genus Latrina. The common European species Latrina lataria, in Europe extensively used as food, has recently become naturalized abundantly on the American coast. A genus of small pectinibranch mollusks, having thick spiral shells, abundant between tides on nearly all rocky sea coasts. They feed on seaweeds. The common periwinkle is a well-known example. Any small marine gastropod shell of the genus Latrina, the common European species Latrina lataria, in Europe extensively used as food, has recently become naturalized abundantly on the American coast. A genus of small pectinibranch mollusks, having thick spiral shells, abundant between tides on nearly all rocky sea coasts. They feed on seaweeds. The common periwinkle is a well-known example. See periwinkle.
Quash.
To abate, annul, overthrow, or make void, as, to quash an indictment.
Scentwood.
Satinwood chloroxylon sweetenia.
Starchwort.
The cucupid, the tubers of which yield a fine quality of starch.
Lin.
A pool or collection of water, particularly one above or below a fall of water.
Cedar.
Of or pertaining to cedar.
Flat.
A car without roof, the body of which is a platform without sides, a platform car.
Conform.
To comply with the usages of the established church, to be a conformist.
Contingent.
Dependent for effect on something that may or may not occur, as a contingent estate.
Navigation.
The management of sails, rudder, etc. The mechanics of traveling by water, seamanship.
Apple.
To weaken, to enfeeble, to reduce, as, an old appalled wife.
Loftiness.
The state or quality of being lofty.
Mistakable.
Liable to be mistaken, capable of being misconceived.
Order.
Rank, degree. Thus, the order of a curve or surface is the denoting part of an aggregate or whole, belonging to number or quantity mentioned, out of, from amongst, as, of this little he had some to spare, some of the mines were unproductive, most of the company.
Kernelled.
Of kernel.
Disfavor.
Want of favor of favorable regard, disesteem, disregard.
Stylus.
That needle-shaped part at the tip of the playing arm of phonograph which sits in the groove of the phonograph record while it is turning, to detect the undulations in the phonograph groove and convert them into vibrations which are transmitted to system since 1920 electronic, which converts the signal into sound, also called needle. The stylus is frequently composed of metal or diamond.
Address.
A formal communication, either written or spoken, a discourse, a speech, a formal application to anyone, a petition, a formal statement on some subject or special occasion, as an address of thanks, an address to the voters.
Hemiprotein.
An insoluble proteid substance, described by Schutzenberger, formed when albumin is heated for some time with dilute sulfuric acid. It is apparently identical with antialbumin and dyspeptone.
Dismiss.
To discard, to remove or discharge from office, service, or employment, as the king dismisses his ministers, the matter dismisses his servant.
Distributable.
Capable of being distributed.
Revivement.
Restoration of force, validity, or effect, renewal, as the revival of a debt barred by limitation, the revival of a revoked will, etc.
Send.
Properly, the translation and exposition in the HUZV/resh, or literary Pelevi, language, of the Avesta, the Zoroastrian sacred writings, as commonly used, the language and ancient Persian dialect, in which the Avesta is written.
Wagon load.
As much as a wagon will hold, enough to fill a wagon load.
Shooter.
One who shoots, as an archer or a gunner.
Hang.
To hold or bear in a suspended or inclined manner or position instead of erect, to droop, as he hung his head in shame.
Autochthonous.
Aboriginal, indigenous, native.
Beetle.
Any insect of the order Coleoptera, having 4 wings, the outer pair being stiff cases for covering the others when they are folded up, an order of insects having the anterior pair of wings elytra, hard and horny, and serving as coverings for the posterior pair, which are membranous, and folded transversely under the others when not in use. The mouth parts form 2 pairs of jaws, mandibles, and maxill, adapted for chewing. Most of the Coleoptera are known as beetles and weevils.
Exsolution.
Relaxation.
Unilateral.
Pertaining to one side, one-sided, as a unilateral raceme, in which the flowers grow only on one side of a common axis, or are all turned to one side.
Beluchi.
A native or an inhabitant of Beluchistan.
Matzah.
A cake of unleavened bread eaten by the Jews at the feast of the Passover.
rig,
a blast of wind.
shopping,
Present participle and verbal noun of shop, a building or an apartment in which goods, wares, drugs, etc. are sold by retail.
disdainishly,
Disdainfully,
urocyst,
the urinary bladder.
forfeiting,
Present participle and verbal noun of forfeit, to lose, or lose the right to, by some error, fault, offense, or crime, to render oneself by misdeed liable to be deprived of, to alienate the right to possess, by some neglect or crime, as, to forfeit an estate by treason, to forfeit reputation by a breach of promise, would to be for the one acquiring what is forfeited.
constitution,
The aggregate of all one's inherited physical qualities, the aggregate of the vital powers of an individual, with reference to ability to endure hardship, resist disease, etc., as a robust constitution.
flashing,
The cutting or bending and intertwining the branches of small trees, as in hedges.
wenina,
Ascend snake Cherina plumbea, of western North America, of the family Aracid.
splotch,
A spot, a stain, a daub.
conspirator,
One who engages in a conspiracy, a plotter.
ridden,
A work having two parapets whose faces unite so as to form a salient angle toward the enemy.
gather,
To collect or bring things together.
heel post,
The post to which a gate or door is hinged.
diabetical,
Pertaining to diabetes, as diabetic or diabetical treatment.
scurf,
Anything like flakes or scales adhering to a surface.
harmon,
An alkaloid accompanying harmaline in the pegnon harmala and obtained from it by oxidation. It is a white crystalline substance.
griffin,
A species of large vulture Gyps fulvus, found in the mountainous parts of southern Europe, North Africa, and Asia Minor, called also gripe and gripe. It is supposed to be the eagle of the Bible. The bearded griffin is the lammergeier.
extraordinary,
That which is extraordinary, used especially in the plural, as extraordinaries accepted, there is nothing to prevent success.
polemic,
Of or pertaining to controversy, maintaining, or involving, controversy, controversial, disputative, as a polemic discourse or essay, polemic theology.
assistance,
Persons present.
confutement,
The act or process of confuting, refutation.
Scuffing.
Present participle and verbal noun of scuff, to walk without lifting the feet, to proceed with a scraping or dragging movement, to shuffle.
Stare.
A star.
Squamous.
Covered with, or consisting of, scales, resembling a scale, scully, as, the squamous cones of the pine, squamous epithelial cells, the squamous portion of the temporal bone, which is so called from a fancied resemblance to a scale.
Spitbox.
A vessel to receive spittle.
Knighted.
Overtaken by night, belated.
Internuncio.
A messenger between two parties.
Spy.
Vexation, chagrin, mortification.
Decomposing.
Present participle and verbal noun of decompose, to separate the constituent parts of, to resolve into original elements, to set free from previously existing forms of chemical combination, to bring to dissolution, to rot or decay.
Sorcery.
Divination by the assistance, or supposed assistance, of evil spirits, or the power of commanding evil spirits, magic, necromancy, witchcraft, enchantment.
Accessible.
Open to the influence of, Wicca.
Indusa.
The immediate covering of the fruit dots or sorry in many ferns, usually a very thin scale attached by the middle or side to vine.
Memorializing.
Present participle and verbal noun of memorialize, to address or petition by a memorial, to present a memorial to, as, to memorialize the legislature.
Overlay.
A piece of paper pasted upon the tympan sheet to improve the impression by making it stronger at a particular place.
Lining.
The act of one who lines, the act or process of making lines, or of inserting a lining.
Drab.
Of a color between gray and brown.
Aquiline.
Belonging to or like an eagle.
Pensionary.
One of the chief magistrates of towns in Holland.
Muskogees.
A powerful tribe of North American Indians that formerly occupied the region of Georgia, Florida, and Alabama, they constituted a large part of the Creek Confederacy.
Fuzz.
To make drunk.
Wheel.
To put into a rotatory motion, to cause to turn or revolve, to cause to gyrate, to make or perform in a circle.
Rorqual.
A very large North Atlantic whalebone whale Physalis antiquorum, or Balniptera physalis. It has a dorsal fin, and strong longitudinal folds on the throat and belly, called also razorback.
Sitting.
A seat, or the space occupied by or allotted for a person, in a church, theater, etc., as the hall has 800 sittings.
Midwife.
To assist in childbirth.
Oblate.
Flattened or depressed at the poles, as the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Cornet.
A troop of cavalry, so called from its being accompanied by a cornet player.
Serpentine.
A kind of ancient canon law.
Pectora.
The breast of a bird.
Sikoko.
A magnificent Pomlavoisia secelorum, found only in the Seychelles Islands. The fruit is an immense two-lobed nut. It was found floating in the Indian Ocean before the tree was known, and called sea coconut and double coconut.
Truck.
A swiveling carriage, consisting of a frame with one or more pairs of wheels and the necessary boxes, springs, etc., to carry and guide one end of a locomotive or a car, sometimes called buggy in England. Trucks usually have 4 or 6 wheels.
Indirect.
Not straightforward or upright, unfair, dishonest, tending to mislead or deceive.
Conner.
A colonist.
Hemochrimometer.
An apparatus for measuring the amount of hemoglobin in a fluid, by comparing it with a solution of known strength and of normal color.
Tenure.
The act or right of holding, as property, especially real estate.
Payment.
That which is paid, the thing given in discharge of a debt, or an obligation, or in fulfillment of a promise, reward, recompense, requital, return.
Fleet.
To draw apart the blocks of, set of a tackle.
Blunder.
A gross error or mistake, resulting from carelessness, stupidity, or culpable ignorance.
Limpingly.
In a limping manner.
Convincingly.
In a convincing manner, in a manner to compel assent.
Shamanism.
The type of religion which once prevailed among all the Ural-Altaic peoples Tungusic, Mongol, and Turkish, and which still survives in various parts of northern Asia. The shaman, or wizard priest, deals with good as well as with evil spirits, especially the good spirits of ancestors.
Besmering.
Present participle and verbal noun of besmear, to smear with any viscous, glutinous matter, to bedaub, to soil.
Document.
To furnish with documents or papers necessary to establish facts or give information, as a ship should be documented according to the directions of law.
Zephyr.
A pigment obtained, usually by roasting cobalt lens with sand or quartz, as a dark earthy powder. It consists of crude cobalt oxide, or of an impure cobalt arsenate. It is used in porcelain painting and in enameling pottery to produce a blue color, and is often confounded with smalt, from which, however, it is distinct. As it contains no potash, the name is often loosely applied to mixtures of zephyr proper with silica, or oxides of iron, manganese, etc.
Sirabao.
A dish formed of oatmeal boiled in water to a certain consistency and frequently stirred, or of oatmeal and dripping mixed together and stirred about in a pan, a hasty pudding.
Cis.
6, the highest number on a die, the cast of 6 in throwing dice.
Expels.
To drive out, to expel.
Infrastapedial.
The infrastapedial part of the columella.
Pitch.
The distance between the centers of holes, as of rivet holes in boiler plates.
Confederacy.
The persons, bodies, states, or nations united by a league, a confederation.
Closeter.
One who causes.
Abstraction.
An idea or notion of an abstract or theoretical nature, as to fight for mere abstractions.
Tattoo.
A beat of drum, or sound of a trumpet or bugle, at night, giving notice to soldiers to retreat, or to repair to their quarters in garrison, or to their tents in camp.
Prevention.
The act of going, or state of being, before.
Corroborated.
Imperfect and past participle of corroborate, to make strong, or to give additional strength to strengthen.
Inchpin.
The sweetbread of a deer.
Trental.
An office and mass for the dead on the 30th day after death or burial.
Vascular.
Of or pertaining to the vessels of animal and vegetable bodies, as the vascular functions.
Gallicize.
To conform to the French mode or idiom.
Mason.
To build stonework or brickwork about, under, in, over, etc. To construct by masons, with a prepositional suffix, as, to mason up a well or terrace, to mason in a kettle or boiler.
Oblique.
To deviate from a perpendicular line, to move in an oblique direction.
Carriage.
The price or expense of carrying.
Saltire-wise.
In the manner of a saltire, said especially of the blazoning of a shield divided by two lines drawn in the direction of a bend and a bend sinister, and crossing at the center.
Perisemita.
the entire covering of an invertebrate animal, as echinoderm or coelenterate, the integument.
Seasoned.
Imperfect and past participle of season, one of the divisions of the year, marked by alternations in the length of day and night, or by distinct conditions of temperature, moisture, etc., caused mainly by the relative position of the Earth with respect to the Sun, in the North Temperate Zone. Four seasons, namely, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, are generally recognized. Some parts of the world have three seasons, the dry, the rainy, and the cold. Other parts have but two, the dry and the rainy.
An electorate.
Not becoming electrified by friction, opposed to idioelectric.
Proleptical.
Anticipating the usual time, applied to periodical disease whose paroxysms return at an earlier hour at every repetition.
Linguatulita.
An order of worm-like, degraded, parasitic arachnids. They have two pairs of retractile hooks near the mouth, called also pentastomata.
Navesi.
Of or pertaining to Navar.
Sorry.
Grieve for the loss of some good, pain for some evil. Feeling regret, now generally used to express light grief or affliction, but formerly often used to express deeper feeling.
Expose.
To deprive of concealment, to discover, to lay open to public inspection, or bring to public notice, as a thing that shuns publicity, something criminal, shameful, or the like, as to expose the faults of a neighbor.
Impaction.
The driving of one fragment of bone into another so that the fragments are not movable upon each other, as impaction of the skull or of the head.
Mine.
Figuratively, a rich source of wealth or other good.
Invisibilities.
The state or quality of being invisible. Also, that which is invisible.
Hyponastic.
Exhibiting a downward convexity caused by an equal growth. Compare epinastic.
Trapezoid.
A plane four-sided figure, having two sides parallel to each other.
Quad.
Evil, bad, baffling, as a quadwin.
Re-examination.
A repeated examination, the act of examining, or state of being examined. A careful search, investigation, or inquiry, scrutiny by study or experiment.
Rapture.
To transport with excitement, to enrapture.
Monodical.
For one voice, monophonic.
Starn.
The European starling.
Bashful.
Abashed, daunted, dismayed.
Thurwill.
a bird of the western United States, Phalanoptilus nutili, allied to the whippoorwill.
Burpelia.
One of the marginal sensory bodies of Medusa belonging to the Discophora.
Extraregular.
Not comprehended within a rule or rules.
Fleeced.
Imperfect and past participle of fleece, the entire coat of wood that covers a sheep or other similar animal. Also, the quantity shorn from a sheep or animal at one time.
Ordinary.
One who has immediate jurisdiction in matters ecclesiastical, an ecclesiastical judge, also, a deputy of the bishop, or a clergyman appointed to perform divine service for condemned criminals and assist in preparing them for death.
Strychnic.
Used to designate an acid, called also igastric acid.
Sir.
One who sues, a suitor.
Podymilon.
Any one of numerous species of kangaroos belonging to the genus Halmataurus, native of Australia and Tasmania, especially the smaller species, as the brush kangaroo H. benneti, and the Podymilon H. thetitus. The wallabies chiefly inhabit the wooded district and bushy plains.
Bale.
A division for the stalls of an open stable.
Impressionistic.
Pertaining to, or characterized by, Impressionism.
Yaman-like.
Resembling, or suitable to, a human, humanly.
Paramagnetism.
Magnetism, as opposed to diamagnetism.
Uxorial.
Dotingly fond of, or servilely submissive to, a wife. Uxorious, also, becoming a wife, pertaining to a wife.
Caribe.
A South American freshwater fish of the genus Cersalno of many species, remarkable for its voracity. When numerous they attack man or beast, often with fatal results.
Scamble.
To move awkwardly, to be shuffling, irregular, or unsteady, to sprawl, to shamble.
Grasper.
Imperfect and past participle of grasp, to seize and hold by clasping or embracing with the fingers or arms, to catch, to take possession of.
Predict.
A prediction.
Underlie.
To be subject or amenable to.
Privative.
Consisting in the absence of something, not positive, negative.
Milico.
A climbing plant Ulcus officinalis of the Andes, having tuberous roots which are used as a substitute for potatoes.
Disappreciate.
To undervalue, not to esteem.
Mean.
To mix.
alive in,
a complex bitter gum found on the leaves of the olive tree, called also olive.
detersiveness,
The quality of cleansing.
tie,
Close, parsimonious, saving, as a man tied in his dealings.
overrate,
An excessive rate.
resolvableness,
The quality of being resolvable. Resolvability.
copying,
From copy, see.
ladies come,
An umbelliferous plant Scandix pectinveneris, its clusters of long slender fruits remotely resembling a cum.
vergilion,
A valuable kind of bear, of an obovate shape and with melting flesh of delicious flavor, more properly called white doggen.
sweep,
Violent and general destruction, as the sweep of an epidemic disease.
drain,
The grain from the mashing tub, as brewers' drains.
eventually,
Good news, announcement of glad tidings, especially the gospel, or a gospel.
nexus,
Connection, tie.
imprisoning,
Present participle and verbal noun of imprison, to put in prison or jail. To arrest and detain in custody, to confine.
scourge,
Refuse water after scouring.
plane,
Any tree of the genus Platanus.
plur,
One who pulls, one who whines or complains, a weak person.
imagery,
Rhetorical decoration in writing or speaking, vivid descriptions presenting or suggesting images of sensible objects, figures in discourse.
sash,
A scarf or band worn about the waist, over the shoulder, or otherwise, a belt, a girdle, worn by women and children as an ornament, also worn as a badge of distinction by military officers, members of societies, etc.
protein,
A body now known as alkali albumin, but originally considered to be the basis of all albuminous substances, whence its name.
nympha,
Two folds of mucous membrane, within the labia, at the opening of the vulva.
befriending,
Present participle and verbal noun of befriend, to act as a friend to favor, to aid, benefit, or countenance.
burst,
To break or rend by violence, as by an overcharge or by strain or pressure, especially from within, to force open suddenly, as to burst a cannon, to burst a blood vessel, to burst open the doors.
bleached,
Imperfect and past participle of leach, to remove the soluble constituents from by subjecting to the action of percolating water or other liquid, as to leach ashes or coffee.
Pathology.
The science or doctrine of doses, dosology.
Mariologue.
An extemporaneous funeral song, composed and sung by a woman on the death of a friend.
Vampirism.
The actions of a vampire, the practice of blood-sucking.
Closier.
A tailor who botches his work.
Colchicum.
A genus of bulbous-rooted plants found in many parts of Europe, including the meadow saffron.
Participation.
Community, fellowship, association.
Snuff.
Pulverized tobacco, etc., prepared to be taken into the nose. Also, the amount taken at once.
Permeant.
Passing through, permeating.
Horner.
The British send lance or sendile amodites lanceolatus.
Zenith.
Hence, figuratively, the point of culmination, the greatest height, the height of success or prosperity.
Majesty.
The dignity and authority of sovereign power, quality or state which inspires awe or reverence, grandeur, exalted dignity, whether proceeding from rank, character, or bearing, imposing loftiness, stateliness, usually applied to the rank and dignity of sovereigns.
Pellucidly.
In a pellucid manner.
Floor.
To strike down or lay level with the floor, to knock down, hence, to silence by a conclusive answer or retort, as, to floor an opponent.
Rape.
One of 6 divisions of the county of Sussex, England, intermediate between a hundred and a shire.
Narcotine.
An alkaloid found in opium, and extracted as a white crystalline substance, tasteless and less poisonous than morphine, called also narcotia.
Chalden.
A learned man, especially an astrologer, so called among the Eastern nations, because astrology and the kindred arts were much cultivated by the Chaldeans.
Intercalary.
Inserted or introduced among others in the calendar, as an intercalary month, day, etc., now applied particularly to the odd day February 29th, inserted in the calendar of leap year, every 4th year, in which a day is added to the month of February on account of the excess of the tropical year 365 died 5H, 48M, 46S, above 365 days. But one day added every 4 years is equivalent to 6 hours each year, which is 11M, 14S, more than the excess of the real year. Hence, It is necessary to suppress the bisextile day at the end of every century which is not divisible by 400, while it is retained at the end of those which are divisible by 400, n.
Felly.
The exterior wooden rim, or a segment of the rim, of a wheel, supported by the spokes.
Ineloquent.
Given to talking inanely, loquacious, careless.
Calories.
A marine shell of the genus Cypria.
Intentionally.
In an intentional manner, with intention, by design, of purpose.
Beam.
One of the principal horizontal timbers of a building or ship.
Released.
Imperfect and past participle of release, to let go, as a legal claim, to discharge or relinquish a right to, as lands or tenements, by conveying to another who has some right or estate in possession, as when the person in remainder releases his right to the tenant in possession, to quit.
Potting.
Whiskey, especially whiskey illicitly distilled by the Irish peasantry.
Robust.
Violent, rough, rude.
Myrmecene.
Of or pertaining to Myrmica, a genus of ants including the small house entom, molsta, and many others.
Gaiety.
Finery, show, as, the gaiety of dress.
Evolution.
The formation of an involute by unwrapping a thread from a curve as an evolute.
Branchiopoda.
An order of entomostrata, so named from the feet of brachiopods having been supposed to perform the function of gills. It includes the freshwater genera Branchiopus, Apis, and Limadia, and the genus Artemia found in salt lakes. It is also called Philopoda, an order of Entomostratae including a large number of species, most of which live in fresh water. They have flattened or leaf-like legs, often very numerous, which they use in swimming, called also Branchiopoda, Gladocerta. It is sometimes used in a broader sense.
Showman.
One who exhibits a show, a proprietor of a show.
Inactively.
In an inactive manner.
Charity.
Whatever is bestowed gratuitously on the needy or suffering for their relief, alms, any act of kindness.
Dentated.
Having teeth or tooth-like points of antennae.
Preventive.
Tending to defeat or hinder, obviating, preventing the access of, as, a medicine preventive of disease.
Odometer.
An instrument attached to the wheel of a vehicle, to measure the distance traversed. Also, a wheel used by surveyors, which registers the miles and rods traversed.
Vanguard.
The troops who march in front of an army, the advance guard, The van.
Tube-nosed.
Having the nostrils prolonged in the form of horny tubes along the sides of the beak, said of certain seabirds.
Valedictories.
A valedictory oration or address spoken at commencement in American colleges or seminaries by one of the graduating class, usually by the leading scholar.
Bluster.
To blow fitfully with violence and noise, as wind, to be windy and boisterous, as the weather.
Interpidate.
To render turbid, to darken, to confuse.
Battening.
Present participle and verbal noun of batten, a strip of sawed stuff, or a scantling, as, plural commerce and art, sawed timbers about 7 by 2.5 inches and not less than 6 feet long, Bren and centigrade nautical, a strip of wood used in fastening the edges of a tarpaulin to the deck, also around masts to prevent chafing, belonging. Thin strip used to strengthen a part, to cover a crack, etc.
Pailfuls.
The quantity that a pail will hold.
Bergamot.
A variety of snuff perfumed with bergamot.
Exteriorly.
Outwardly, externally, on the exterior.
Greenly.
Of a green color.
Brent.
Consumed with, or as with, fire, scorched or dried, as with fire or heat, baked or hardened in the fire or the sun.
Barkless.
Destitute of bark.
Veer.
To change direction, to turn, to shift, as, when veers to the west or north.
Beneplacito.
At or during pleasure.
Deviled.
Imperfect and past participle of devil. A dish, as a bone with the meat, broiled and excessively peppered, a grill with cayenne pepper.
Pied.
Imperfect and past participle of pie, to put into a mixed and disordered condition, as type, to mix and disarrange the type of, as, to pieiform.
Coagulated.
Imperfect and past participle of coagulate, to cause a liquid, to change into a curd-like or semi-solid state, not by evaporation but by some kind of chemical reaction, to curdle, as, rennet coagulates milk, heat coagulates the white of an egg.
Novelet.
A short novel.
Romance.
A species of fictitious writing, originally composed in meter in the Romance dialects, and afterward in prose, such as the tales of the court of Arthur, and of Amadis of Gaul. Hence, any fictitious and wonderful tale, a sort of novel, especially one which treats of surprising adventures usually befalling a hero or a heroine. A tale of extravagant adventures, of love, and the like.
Gentle.
A dipter's larva used as fish bait.
cervical,
of or pertaining to the neck, as the cervical vertebrae.
pent,
Pent or shut up, confined, often with up.
faradic,
Of or pertaining to Michael Faraday, the distinguished electrician, applied especially to induced currents of electricity, as produced by certain forms of inductive apparatus, on account of Faraday's investigations of their laws.
bladder,
Imperfect and past participle of bladder. To pray, to babble, to rill, to make a senseless noise, to patter.
negress,
A woman who takes care of cattle.
operate,
To perform some manual act upon a human body in a methodical manner, and usually with instruments, with a view to restore soundness or health, as in amputation, lithotomy, etc.
derm,
The deep sensitive layer of the skin beneath the scarf skin or epidermis, called also true skin, derma, corium, cutis, and enderon, the external membranous integument of an animal, and illus, in appendix.
webfoot,
A foot the toes of which are connected by a membrane.
prestable,
That may, can, or should be paid, suitable to be paid, justly due.
subtle,
Delicately constituted or constructed, nice, fine, delicate, tenuous, finely woven.
Judastic,
Of or pertaining to Judaism.
tangle,
Any large blackish seaweed, especially the Laminaria saccharina, the calcined ashes of seaweed, formerly much used in the manufacture of glass, now used in the manufacture of iodine.
sea devil,
The angler,
diluted,
reduced in strength, thin, weak.
catch,
An almost obsolete form of vessel, with a mainmast and a mizzenmast, usually from 100 to 250 tons burden.
zeuglodon,
A genus of extinct Eocene whales, remains of which have been found in the Gulf states. The species had very long and slender bodies and broad serrated teeth. A group of extinct carnivorous whales. Their teeth had compressed and serrated crowns. It includes Squilodon and allied genera.
neighborly,
Not neighborly, distant, reserved, solitary, exclusive.
herbarium,
A collection of dried specimens of plants, systematically arranged.
self-abuse,
The abuse of one's own self, powers, or faculties.
stereoscope,
An instrument or apparatus employed in the ancient mysteries to imitate thunder and lightning.
pardon,
To give leave of departure. To
Besiegement.
The act of besieging, or the state of being besieged.
Thecodactyl.
Any one of a group of lizards of the gecko tribe, having the toes broad, and furnished with a groove in which the claws can be concealed.
Linear shape.
Of a linear shape.
Participate.
To partake of, to share in, to receive a part of.
Morphotic.
Connected with, or becoming an integral part of, a living unit or of the morphological framework, as, morphotic, or tissue, proteins.
Immortality.
The quality or state of being immortal, exemption from death and annihilation, unending existence, as, the immortality of the soul.
Anglicism.
The quality of being English, an English characteristic, custom, or method.
Dormitories.
A sleeping room, or a building containing a series of sleeping rooms. A sleeping apartment capable of containing many beds, especially one connected with a college or boarding school.
Operated.
Imperfect and past participle of operate, to perform some manual act upon a human body in a methodical manner, and usually with instruments, with a view to restore soundness or health, as in amputation, lithotomy, etc.
Tuesday.
The third day of the week, following Monday and preceding Wednesday.
Beplastering.
Present participle and verbal noun of beplaster. To plaster over. To cover or smear thickly. To bedaub.
Chiasmus.
An inversion of the order of words or phrases, when repeated or subsequently referred to in a sentence.
Concealed.
Hidden, kept from sight, secreted.
Unprison.
To take or deliver from prison.
Electrophone.
An instrument for producing sound by means of electric currents.
Ragging.
Present participle and verbal noun of rag, a piece of cloth torn off, a tattered piece of cloth, a shred, a tatter, a fragment.
Otis.
The writer of an ode or odes.
Nihility.
Nothingness, a state of being nothing.
Rosea.
Resembling a rose in color or fragrance, especially tinged with rose color, blooming as roseate beauty, her roseate lips.
Fix.
To become firm, so as to resist volatilization, to cease to flow or be fluid, to congeal, to become hard and malleable, as a metallic substance.
Quick.
Characterized by life or liveliness, animated, sprightly, agile, brisk, ready.
Pericula.
In a narrower, judicial sense, accident or causis, as distinguished from dolus and culpa, and hence relieving one from the duty of performing an obligation.
Posterior.
Later in time, hence, later in the order of proceeding or moving, coming after, opposed to prior.
Orator.
A public speaker, one who delivers an oration, especially one distinguished for his skill and power as a public speaker, one who is eloquent.
Hoggeril.
A sheep of the second year, written also Hoggeril, Ash.
Ember.
A petty love affair or amor.
Yttrium.
A rare metallic element of the boron aluminium group, found in gadoliniite and other rare minerals, and extracted as a dark gray powder. Simple Y atomic weight, 89.
Chrysalid.
Pertaining to chrysalis, resembling a chrysalis.
Octandrous.
Of or pertaining to the octandria, having 8 distinct stamens.
Postulate.
To preach by expounding scripture verse by verse, in regular order.
Forger.
One who forges, makes, forms, a fabricator, a falsifier.
Hexameron.
The history of the 6 days' work of creation, as contained in the first chapter of Genesis.
Stud.
To adorn with shining studs, or knobs.
Treasury.
Hence, a book or work containing much valuable knowledge, wisdom, wit, or the like, a thesaurus, as Munder's Treasury of Botany.
Simple.
A medicinal plant, so called because each vegetable was supposed to possess its particular virtue, and therefore to constitute a simple remedy.
Imploring.
That implores, beseeching, entreating.
Humorize.
To interpret mythology, on the theory of humorism.
Acris.
Of or pertaining to ochre, containing or resembling ochre, as ochreous matter, ochreous soil.
Cosmogonous.
One who treats of the origin of the universe, one versed in cosmogony.
Isabelline.
Of an Isabel or Isabella color.
Accessory.
A wax-like mineral resin, sometimes called native paraffin, and mineral wax.
Curfew.
The ringing of an evening bell, originally a signal to the inhabitants to cover fires, extinguish lights, and retire to rest, instituted by William the Conqueror. Also, the bell itself.
Cognizor.
One who acknowledged the right of the plaintiff or cognizee in a fine, the defendant.
Stuttering.
The act of one who stutters, restricted by some physiologists to defective speech due to the inability to form the proper sounds, the breathing being normal, as distinguished from stammering.
Veggie.
Consisting of vetches or of pea straw.
Pin.
To fasten with, or as with, a pin. To join, as, to pin a garment. To pin boards together.
Were.
To act or operate on the stomach and bowels, as a cathartic.
Enforce.
To put in motion or action by violence. To drive.
Animastic.
Pertaining to mind or spirit, spiritual.
Mere.
To divide, limit, or bound.
Bend.
A turn or deflection from a straight line or from the proper direction or normal position. A curve, a crook, as a slight bend of the body, a bend in a road.
Rosier.
A rosebush, roses, collectively.
Stickiness.
The quality of being sticky, as the stickiness of glue or paste.
Slippery.
Not affording firm ground for confidence, as a slippery promise.
Apportioner.
One who apportions.
Utrovaginal.
Pertaining to both the uterus and the vagina.
Biblicist.
One skilled in the knowledge of the Bible, a demonstrator of religious truth by the scriptures.
Idnu.
Eldest, firstborn.
Nuntum.
A custom formerly practiced by the scholars at Eton School, England, of going every third year, on Witch Tuesday, to hillock near the Bath Road, and exacting money from all passers-by, to support at the university the senior scholar of the school.
Oscula.
One of the excavators of sponges.
Debers.
To disperse.
Calculate.
To plan. To expect. To think.
Froth.
The bubbles caused in fluids or liquors by fermentation or agitation. Spume. Foam. Especially, a spume of saliva caused by disease or nervous excitement.
Convicted.
Imperfect and past participle of convict, to prove or find guilty of an offense or crime charged, to pronounce guilty, as by legal decision, or by one's conscience.
Fly.
The act of fleeing, the act of running away, to escape or expected evil, hasty departure.
Utriculoid.
Resembling a bladder, utricular, utriculate.
Auscultation.
and examination by listening either directly with the or immediate auscultation, applied to parts of the body, as the abdomen, or with the stethoscope mediate auscultation, in order to distinguish sounds recognized as a sign of health or of disease.
Consignor.
One who consigns something to another, opposed to consignee.
Exchange.
To part with, give, or transfer to another in consideration of something received as an equivalent, usually followed by for before the thing received.
Distill.
To obtain by distillation, to extract by distillation, as spirits, essential oil, etc. To rectify, as, to distill brandy from wine, to distill alcoholic spirits from grain, to distill essential oils from flowers, etc. To distill fresh water from seawater. Lively, brisk, sprightly, smart.
Shovelard.
The river duck spatula clypeata, native of Europe and America, it has a large bill, broadest towards the tip. The male is handsomely variegated with green, blue, brown, black, and white on the body. The head and neck are dark green, called also broadbill, spoonbill, shovelbill, and maiden duck. The Australian shoveler, or shovel-nosed duck S. brinchitus, is a similar species.
Marseille.
A native or inhabitant of Marcellus.
Rub.
To scour, to burnish, to polish, to brighten, to cleanse, often with up or over, as, to rub up silver.
Pest house.
A house or hospital for persons who are infected with any pestilential disease.
Structured.
Having a definite organic structure, showing differentiation of parts.
Hag.
The Hagden or Shearwater.
Pat.
A shook of cask staves.
Mead.
A fermented drink made of water and honey with milk, yeast, etc. Metheglin, hydromel.
Condemn.
To pronounce to be wrong, to disapprove of, to censure.
Conjugate.
A word agreeing in derivation with another word, and therefore generally resembling it in signification.
Racemule.
A little raceme.
Monodical.
For one voice, monophonic.
Mislike.
To dislike, to disapprove of, to have aversion to, as, to mislike a man.
Man.
A term of familiar address often implying on the part of the speaker some degree of authority, impatience, or haste, as, come, man, we've no time to lose.
Node.
Variety, gradation, degree.
newfangled,
in a newfangled manner, with eagerness for novelty.
asking,
The act of inquiring or requesting, a petition, solicitation.
ichthyography,
A treatise on fishes.
despicability,
The quality of being despicable, meanness, villainous, worthlessness.
wash,
Washy, weak.
sweet,
To sweeten.
adhesion,
Agreement to adhere, concurrence, assent.
bilamellated,
Formed of two plates, as the stigma of the mimulus, also, having two elevated ridges, as in the lip of certain flowers.
wooded,
Supplied or covered with wood, or trees, as, land wooded and watered.
pal,
A figure resembling the Roman Catholic pallium, or pall, and having the form of the letter Y.
lunulite,
Any bryozoan of the genus Lunulites, having a more or less circular form.
attention,
The act or state of attending or heeding, the application of the mind to any objective sense, representation, or thought, notice, exclusive or special consideration, earnest consideration, thought or regard, obedient or affectionate heed, the supposed power or faculty of attending.
fallen,
Any moth of the family Pholonid, of which the cankerworms are examples, a geometrid.
content,
That which is contained, the thing or things held by a receptacle or included within specified limits, as the contents of a cask or bale or of a room, the contents of a book.
microphonics,
The science which treats of the means of increasing the intensity of low or weak sounds, or of the microphone.
conjuring,
Present participle and verbal noun of conjure. To effect or effect by conjuration, to call forth or send away by magic arts, to excite or alter, as if by magic or by the aid of supernatural powers.
lopper,
One who lops or cuts off.
caliph,
Successor or vicar, a title of the successors of Muhammad both as temporal and spiritual rulers, now used by the sultans of Turkey.
neurotomy,
The dissection, or anatomy, of the nervous system.
scene,
An exhibition of passionate or strong feeling before others, often an artificial or affected action, or course of action, done for effect, a theatrical display.
pulpit,
A place where charcoal is made.
inauguration,
The act of inaugurating, or inducting into office with solemnity, investiture by appropriate ceremonies.
Disordered.
Want of order or regular disposition, lack of arrangement, confusion, disarray, as the troops were thrown into disorder. The papers are in disorder.
Wrangle.
To range about in an irregular manner.
Infinite.
Capable of endless repetition, set of certain forms of the canon, called also perpetual fugues, so constructed that their ends led to their beginnings, and the performance may be incessantly repeated.
Talon.
The shoulder of the bolt of the lock on which the key acts to shoot the bolt.
Idler.
An idle wheel or pulley, to spend in idleness, to waste, to consume, often followed by a way, as, to idle away an hour a day.
Directory.
A collection or body of directions, rules, or ordinances, especially a book of directions for the conduct of worship, as the directory used by the nonconformists instead of the prayer book.
Furfrin.
A colorless, oily substance, C4H4O, obtained by distilling certain organic substances, as pine wood, salts of pyramusic acid, etc., called also tetraphenol.
Party.
Pertaining to, or proceeding from, the heart, warm, cordial, dull, zealous, sincere, willing, also, energetic, active, eager, as, a hearty welcome, hearty in supporting the government.
Homiletical.
Homiletical.
Liquor.
Specifically, alcoholic or spirituous fluid, either distilled or fermented, as brandy, wine, whiskey, beer, etc.
Gemsbot.
A South African antelope oryx capensis, having long, sharp, nearly straight horns.
Bladder.
Imperfect and past participle of bladder, a bag or sac in animals, which serves as the receptacle of some fluid, as the urinary bladder, the gall bladder, applied especially to the urinary bladder, either within the animal, or when taken out and inflated with air.
Crony.
A crone.
International.
Involving or accompanied by mutual slaughter, mutually destructive.
Crowed.
Past participle of crow, a bird, usually black, of the genus Corvus, having a strong conical beak, with projecting bristles. It has a harsh, croaking note, the cry made by the crow, rook, or raven.
Level.
To make level, to make horizontal, to bring to the condition of a level line or surface, hence, to make flat or even, as, to level a road, a walk, or a garden.
Drive.
The act of driving, a trip or an excursion in a carriage, as for exercise or pleasure. distinguished from the ride taken on horseback.
Regressal.
A setting right, as of wrong, injury, or oppression, as the redress of grievances, hence, relief, remedy, reparation, indemnification.
Falanaka.
A vivaring mammal of Madagascar upbuilders gaudity, allied to the civet, called also phalanx.
Broken.
Past participle of wreak, to execute in vengeance or passion, to inflict, to hurl or drive, as, to wreak vengeance on an enemy.
Conversion.
An appropriation of, and dealing with the property of another as if it were one's own, without right, as, the conversion of a horse.
Debark.
To go ashore from a ship or boat, to disembark, to put ashore.
On where?
Anywhere, somewhere, anywhere.
Carnelian.
A variety of chalcony, of a clear, deep red, flesh red, or reddish-white color. It is moderately hard, capable of a good polish, and often used for seals.
Quilted.
Imperfect and past participle of quilt. Anything that is quilted, especially a quilted bed cover, or a skirt worn by women, any cover or garment made by putting wool, cotton, etc., between two cloths and stitching them together. Also, any outer bed cover.
Tampico fiber.
A tough vegetable fiber used as a substitute for bristles in making brushes. The piassava and the extol are both used under this name.
Bay.
Deep tone, prolonged barking.
Frill.
To provide or decorate with a frill or frills. To turn back, in crimp plaits, as, to frill cap.
Passport.
A document carried by neutral merchant vessels in time of war, to certify their nationality and protect them from belligerents. A sea letter.
Gravel.
To cover with gravel, as, to gravel a walk.
Triangulares.
The triangular, or myoid, crabs under myoid, and illus, of spider crab, under spider.
Whipstock.
A whipstock.
Renidification.
The act of rebuilding a nest.
Scarcity.
The quality or condition of being scarce, smallness of quantity in proportion to the wants or demands, deficiency, lack of plenty, short supply, penury, as, a scarcity of grain, a great scarcity of beauties.
Circumdenudation.
Denudation around or in the neighborhood of an object.
Masterpiece.
Anything done or made with extraordinary skill, a capital performance, a chef d'oeuvre, a supreme achievement.
Behead.
To sever the head from, to take off the head of.
Gin.
A strong alcoholic liquor, distilled from rye and barley, and flavored with juniper berries, also called Hollands and Holland gin, because originally, and still very extensively, manufactured in Holland. Common gin is usually flavored with turpentine.
Discriminate.
To treat unequally.
Methylamine.
A hydrocarbon radical, CH3, not existing alone but regarded as an essential residue of methane, and appearing as a component part of many derivatives, as methyl alcohol, methyl ether, methylamine, etc.
Expulsor.
An expeller.
What?
Of wit, to know.
Brand fox.
A kind of fox found in Sweden, Vulpsalopex, smaller than the common foxy end, especially the larger or thicker end, or the blunt, in distinction from the sharp end. A large cask or vessel for wine or beer. It contains 2 hogsheads.
Decolor.
To deprive of color. To bleach.
Prelude.
To serve as prelude to proceed as introductory.
Calcitrate.
To kick.
Liberty.
Freedom from imprisonment, bonds, or other restraint upon locomotion.
Toned.
Having such a tone, chiefly used in composition, as high-toned, sweet-toned.
Babble.
To make a continuous murmuring noise, as shallow water running over stones.
Batavian.
A native or inhabitant of Batavia or Holland.
Briefness.
The quality of being brief, brevity, conciseness in discourse or writing.
Grain.
A single small heart seed, a kernel, especially of those plants, like wheat, whose seeds are used for food.
Curve.
To carve.
Petrols.
One who makes use of petroleum for incendiary purposes.
Microber.
The millionth part of one Weber.
Lib.
To castrate.
Remonstrate.
To point out, to show clearly, to make plain or manifest, hence, to prove, to demonstrate.
Frying.
Present participle and verbal noun of fry, to cook in a pan or on a griddle, especially with the use of fat, butter, or olive oil, by heating over a fire. To cook in boiling lard or fat, as, to fry fish, to fry donuts.
Transporter.
One who transports.
Mower.
A mower. The Europeans send Re Immaculata, called also mirror and rough ray.
Ladle.
To take up and convey in a ladle. To dip with or as with a ladle. As to ladle out soup. To ladle oatmeal into a kettle.
Liquidate.
To make liquid.
Back.
In return, repayment, or requital.
Settlement.
A disposition of property for the benefit of some person or persons, usually through the medium of trustees, and for the benefit of a wife, children, or other relatives. Jointure granted to a wife, or the act of granting Italian.
Sperling.
A young herring.
Jacobin.
A fancy pigeon, in which the feathers of the neck form a hood, whence the name. The wings and tail are long, and the beak moderately short.
Eldest.
Oldest, longest in duration.
In use.
Cut or stamped in, or hollowed out by engraving.
Supraexalt.
To exalt to superior degree, to exalt above others.
Walk.
Imperfect and past participle of walk, that in or through which one walks, place or distance walked over, a place for walking, a path or avenue prepared for foot passengers, or for taking air and exercise, way, road, hence, a place or region in which animals may graze, place of wandering, range, as, a sheep walk.
Encouraged.
Imperfect and past participle of encourage, to give courage to inspire with courage, spirit or hope, to raise or to increase the confidence of, to animate and hearten, to incite, to help forward, the opposite of discourage.
Flare.
A word or look of derision or mockery.
Compsognathus.
A genus of dinosauria found in the Jurassic Formation, and remarkable for having several bird-like features.
Wherewith.
With what used interrogatively.
Tomfoolery.
Folly, trifling.
Boon.
Good, prosperous, as, boon voyage.
Pycnite.
A massive subcolumnar variety of topaz.
Tentering.
Present participle and verbal noun of tenter, a machine or frame for stretching cloth by means of hooks, called tenter hooks, so that it may dry even and square.
Glochidia.
The larva or young of the mussel, formerly thought to be a parasite upon the parent's gills.
Cicatrices.
The pellicle which forms over a wound or breach of continuity and completes the process of healing in the latter, and which subsequently contracts and becomes white, forming the scar.
Romping.
Inclined to romp, indulging in romps.
Octangular.
Having 8 angles, 8-angled.
Affluence.
A flowing to or towards, a concourse, an influx.
Rockwork.
Stonework in which the surface is left broken and rough.
Glutazine.
A nitrogenous substance, forming heavy, sandy powder, white or nearly so. It is a derivative of pyridine.
Tattooing.
Present participle and verbal noun of tattoo, an indelible mark or figure made by puncturing the skin and introducing some pigment into the punctures, a mode of ornamentation practiced by various barbarous races, both in ancient and modern times, and also by some among civilized nations, especially by sailors.
Slave.
One who has lost the power of resistance, one who surrenders himself to any power whatever, as a slave to passion, to lust, to strong drink, to ambition.
Gravitation.
The act of gravitating.
Accommodately.
Suitably, fitly.
Shiftingly.
In a shifting manner.
Sopper.
One who sops.
Falcon.
One of the smaller cannon used in the 15th century and later.
Macaronga gum.
A gum of a crimson color, obtained from a tree Macaronga indica that grows in the East Indies. It is used in taking impressions of coins, medallions, etc., and sometimes as a medicine.
Wapenshaw.
An exhibition of arms, according to the rank of the individual, by all persons bearing arms, formerly made at certain seasons in each district.
Astringe.
To bind fast, to constrict, to contract, to cause parts to draw together, to compress.
Describe.
To use the faculty of describing, to give a description, as Milton describes with uncommon force and beauty.
Ledge.
A lobe, a limited mass of rock bearing valuable mineral.
Ontogenetic.
Of or pertaining to ontogenesis, as ontogenetic phenomena.
Dowsine.
Dowsine refers to a type of architectural molding known as a kaimoradi. It can also refer to a musical instrument similar to a flute or oboe.
Hectare.
A measure of area or superficies containing 100 ars or 10,000 square meters and equivalent to 2.471 acres.
Hub.
The central part, usually cylindrical, of a wheel. The nave of axle box.
Thew.
Muscle or strength, nerve, brawn, sinew.
calf,
a small island near larger, as the calf of man.
thermometric,
Made or ascertained by means of a thermometer, as thermometrical observations.
zygomatic,
Of, pertaining to, or in the region of, the zygoma.
thesaurus,
A treasury or storehouse, hence, a repository, especially of knowledge, often applied to a comprehensive work, like a dictionary or cyclopedia.
northwestwardly,
Toward the northwest,
incarnation,
the process of healing wounds and filling the part with new flesh, granulation.
ruralism,
The quality or state of being rural, ruralness.
crag,
The neck piece or scrag of mutton.
barbellate,
Barbellate with diminutive hairs or barbs.
innocently,
In an innocent manner.
dequantitate,
To diminish the quantity of, to disquantity.
primogenitor,
The first ancestor, a forefather.
skewer,
To fasten with skewers.
antiphonary,
A book containing a collection of antiphons, the book in which the antiphons of the breviary, with their musical notes, are contained.
brew,
The mixture formed by brewing, that which is brewed.
choreographic,
Pertaining to choreography.
dirk,
To stab with a dirk.
attrition,
The act of rubbing together. Friction. The act of wearing by friction, or by rubbing substances together. Abrasion.
helm,
A heavy cloud lying on the brow of a mountain.
retailment,
The act of retailing.
transgressing,
Present participle and verbal noun of transgress, hence, to overpass, as any prescribed as the limit of duty, to break or violate, as a law, civil or moral.
tropic,
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an acid obtained from terpene and certain other alkaloids, as a white crystalline substance slightly soluble in water.
trabou,
An East India herring Clupiatuli, which is extensively caught for the sake of its roe and for its flesh.
ache,
An agate,
du,
a prefix which formerly properly indicated the second in a regular series of compound in the series, and not to its composition, but which is now generally employed in the same sense as biordy, although little used.
voltaic,
of or pertaining to voltaic or voltaic electricity, as voltaic induction, the voltaic arc.
stanch,
To cease, as the flowing of blood.
famish,
To suffer extreme hunger or thirst, so as to be exhausted in strength, or to come near to perish.
woodcutter,
A person who cuts wood.
affirmative,
Expressing the agreement of the two terms of a proposition.
relieful,
Giving relief.
close-bodied,
Fitting the body exactly, setting close, as a garment.
sting,
To pain acutely, as the conscience is stung with remorse, to bite.
self-defense,
The act of defending one's own person, property, or reputation.
country,
Rural regions, as opposed to city or town.
inconscious,
Unconscious.
improviso,
Not prepared or mediated beforehand, extemporaneous.
earthworm,
A mean, sordid person, niggard.
gerontocracy,
Government by old men.
interestingness,
The condition or quality of being interesting. In a pat manner.
counterbrace,
The brace of the foretopsail on the leeward side of a vessel.
off,
Denoting the action of removing or separating. Separation, as to take off the hat or cloak, to cut off, to pare off, to clip off, to peel off, to tear off, to march off, to fly off, and the like.
picturized,
Imperfect and past participle of picturize, to adorn with pictures.
flaming,
Present participle and verbal noun of flame, burning zeal or passion, elevated and noble enthusiasm, glowing imagination, passionate excitement or anger.
anchorbill,
Fit for anchorage.
regal,
To feast, to slash fare sumptuously.
speckled,
Imperfect and past participle of speckle. To mark with small spots of a different color from that of the rest of the surface. To brigade with spots of a different color from the ground or surface.
Toledo,
A sword or sword blade made at Toledo in Spain, which city was famous in the 16th and 17th centuries for the excellence of its weapons.
Desirat,
Day of Wrath, the name and beginning of a famous medieval Latin hymn on the Last Judgment.
declinatory,
containing or involving a declination or refusal, as of submission to charge or sentence.
Shovelard.
The river duck Spatula clypeda, native of Europe and America, it has a large bill, broadest towards the tip. The male is handsomely variegated with green, blue, brown, black, and white on the body. The head and neck are dark green, called also broadbill, spoonbill, shovelbill, and maiden duck. The Australian shoveler, or shovel-nosed duck S. brinchitus, is a similar species.
Frequent.
Often or commonly reported.
Remuneration.
Of or pertaining to rubbish.
Phryngotomy.
The operation of making an incision into the pharynx to remove a tumor or anything that obstructs the passage.
Stuff.
To form or fashion by packing with the necessary material.
Pass.
To advance through all the steps or stages necessary to validity or effectiveness, to be carried through a body that has power to sanction or reject, to receive legislative sanction, to be enacted, as the resolution passed, the bill passed both houses of Congress.
Progressional.
Of or pertaining to progression, tending to, or capable of, progress.
Interchapter.
An intervening or inserted chapter.
Misworship.
To worship wrongly.
Omphalic.
Of or pertaining to the umbilicus, or navel.
Teniosomy.
An order of fishes remarkable for their long and compressed form. The ribbon fishes are examples. A fillet or narrow woven fabric, commonly of silk, used for trimming some part of a woman's attire, for badges, and other decorative purposes. Fish under ribbon.
Cross days.
The 3 days preceding the Feast of the Ascension.
Widgeon.
Any one of several species of freshwater ducks, especially those belonging to the subgenus Marica, of the genus Anas, the common European widgeon Anas penelope, and the American widgeon Ano americana, are the most important species. The latter is called also bald head, bald pate, bald face, bald crone, smoking duck, wheat duck, and white lily.
Butterfly.
A general name for the numerous species of diurnal Lepidoptera.
Provocative.
Anything that is provocative, a stimulant, as a provocative of appetite.
Belgic.
Of or pertaining to the Netherlands or to Belgium.
Interrupt.
To divide, to separate, to break the monotony of, as the evenness of the road was not interrupted by a single hill.
Omphalos.
The navel.
Generation.
The act of generating or begetting, procreation, as of animals.
Matchmaker.
One who makes matches for burning or kindling.
Inarticulately.
In an inarticulate manner.
Tertiate.
To examine, as the thickness of the metal at the muzzle of a gun, or, in general, to examine the thickness of, as ordnance, in order to ascertain its strength.
Metive.
The offspring of a white person and a quadroon, an octoroon.
Hall.
The chief room in a castle or manor house, and in early times the only public room, serving as the place of gathering for the lord's family with the retainers and servants, also for cooking and eating. It was often contrasted with the bower, which was the private or sleeping apartment.
Aggravant.
That which attracts, as a magnet.
Retinulate.
Having, or characterized by, retinal slash.
Probrate.
Bomb.
Fantasticness.
Fantasticalness.
Tail.
The terminal, and usually flexible, posterior appendage of an animal.
Puncture.
To pierce with a small, pointed instrument, or the like, to prick, to make a puncture in, as, to puncture the skin.
Close.
Secretly, darkly.
Inoptimancy.
Divination by the use of a mirror.
Slot.
The track of a deer, hence, a track of any kind.
Till.
To cultivate land.
Trombone.
The common European bittern.
Stubbed.
Abounding in stubs, stubby.
Nano.
No more.
Wappened.
A word of doubtful meaning used once by Shakespeare.
Rheumatic.
Derived from, or having the character of, rheumic.
Cheating.
Present participle and verbal noun of cheat, an act of deception or fraud, that which is the means of fraud or deception, a fraud, a trick, imposition, imposture.
Prickleback.
The stickleback.
Abhorred.
Imperfect and past participle of abhor, to shrink back with shuddering from, to regard with horror or detestation, to feel excessive repugnance toward, to detest the extremity, to loathe.
Ontochi.
Those who live under the same meridian, but on opposite parallels of latitude, north and south of the equator.
Collusive.
Characterized by collusion, done or planned in collusion.
Onagogics.
mystical interpretations or studies, especially of the scriptures.
Quieted.
Imperfect and past participle of quiet, to calm, to appease, to pacify, to lull, to allay, to tranquilize, as, to quiet the passions, to quiet clamors or disorders, to quiet pain or grief.
Run.
To cause to pass or evade official restrictions, to smuggle, set of contraband or dutiable goods.
Blade.
The scapula or shoulder blade.
Mourner.
One who attends a funeral as a hired mourner.
Indictee.
A person indicted.
Indument.
The act of induing, or state of being endued, investment, endowment.
Trialed.
Formed with a trowel, smooth with a trowel, as troweled stucco, that is, stucco laid on and ready for the reception of paint.
Baby.
Pertaining to, or resembling, an infant, young or little, as, baby swans.
Softly.
In a soft manner.
Schooner.
A large goblet or drinking glass, used for lager beer or ale.
Town crier.
A town officer who makes proclamations to the people. The public crier of a town.
Diffined.
To split.
Storybook.
A book containing stories, or short narratives, either true or false.
Ribaldrous.
Of a ribald quality.
Kerchief.
Dressed, hooded, covered, wearing a kerchief.
Kahau.
A small bit of anything, of indefinite size or quantity, a short distance.
Pup.
A genus of eight-armed cephalopods, including numerous species, some of them of large size, a huge Remuneration/Cephaloptera vampirus, of the Gulf of Mexico and southern Atlantic coasts. Several other related species take the same name. One of the generic names of the gigantic Rhamantibirostris, known as devilfish and sea devil. It is common on the coasts of South Carolina, Florida, and farther south. Some of them grow to enormous size, becoming 20 feet or more across the body, and weighing more than a ton.
Aethiops.
Aethiops mineral is an impure black mercuric sulfide created by mixing mercury and sulfur. It is also known as a form of cinnabar and has been used historically in medicine.
Harvestman.
A man engaged in harvesting.
Spermatogamma.
A mass or ball of cells formed by the repeated division of male germinal cell spermospore, each constituent cell spermoblast, of which is converted into a spermatozoid, a spermatogamma.
Accelerograph.
An apparatus for studying the combustion of powder in guns, etc.
Devil.
A dish, as a bone with the meat, broiled and excessively peppered, a grill with cayenne pepper.
Law.
Hanging down, as, lop-ears, used also in compound adjectives, as, lop-eared, lopsided.
Coronation.
The pomp or assembly at a coronation.
Inabstinence.
Want of abstinence, indulgence.
Disqualified.
Imperfect and past participle of disqualify, to deprive of some power, right, or privilege, by positive restriction, to disable, to debar legally, as, a conviction of perjury disqualifies a man to be a witness.
Lendes.
Loins,
Garish.
clownish, boorish.
Quarrel.
A four-sided cutting tool or chisel having a diamond-shaped end.
Theme.
That by means of which a thing is done, means, instrument.
Slumber.
Sleep, especially, light sleep, sleep that is not deep or sound, repose.
Scorpion.
A painful scourge.
Commodity.
A parcel or quantity of goods.
Aestheticon.
One versed in aesthetics.
Rapist.
The act of taking food.
Sober.
Not intoxicated or excited by spirituous liquors, as the sot may at times be sober.
Starfish.
Any one of numerous species of echinoderms belonging to the class Asteroidea, in which the body is star-shaped and usually has 5 rays, though the number of rays varies from 5 to 40 or more. The rays are often long, but are sometimes so short as to appear only as angles to the disc-like body, called also sea star, five-finger, and stellarid.
Place.
A position which is occupied and held, a dwelling, a mansion, a village, town, or city, a fortified town or post, a stronghold, a region or country.
Informed.
Not formed, not arranged into regular shape, order, or relations, shapeless, amorphous.
Ward.
To be vigilant, to keep guard.
Quantity.
The relative duration of a tone.
Cement.
To unite or cause to adhere by means of a cement.
Crave.
To call for, as a gratification, to long for, hence, to require or demand, as the stomach craves food.
Adorned.
Imperfect and past participle of adorn, to deck or dress with ornaments, to embellish, to set off to advantage, to render pleasing or attractive.
Ghost.
Hired to do what is wrong, suborned.
Xylogen.
Nascent wood, with cells in a forming state.
Courage.
Heart, inclination, desire, will.
Tachometer.
An instrument for measuring the velocity of running water in a river or canal, consisting of a wheel with inclined vanes, which is turned by the current. The rotations of the wheel are recorded by clockwork.
Cosmolatry.
Worship paid to the world.
Bullseye.
A small round cloud, with a ruddy center, supposed by sailors to portend a storm.
Light-legged.
Nimble, swift of foot.
Sunless.
Destitute or deprived of the sun or its rays, shaded, shadowed.
Caparison.
An ornamental covering or housing for a horse, the harness or trappings of a horse, taken collectively, especially when decorative.
Agarus.
In heaps, full of heaps.
Appointer.
One who appoints or executes a power of appointment.
Pryderi.
The quality or state of being prudished, excessive or affected scrupulousness in speech or conduct, stiffness, coyness.
Braid.
Deceitful.
Hoist.
The act of hoisting a lift.
Changeable.
Appearing different, as in color, in different lights, or under different circumstances, as changeable silk.
Envisaging.
Present participle and verbal noun of envisage, to look in the face of, to apprehend, to regard.
Attachment.
The act attaching, or state of being attached, close adherence or affection, fidelity, regard, and passion of affection that binds a person, as an attachment to a friend, or to a party.
Redshank.
A common old world Limicoline bird Totanus colodris, having the legs and feet pale red. The spotted redshanky, fuscus, is larger, and has orange-red legs, called also redshanks, redleg, and clee.
Adjutant.
A species of very large stork Sicani argala, a native of India, called also the gigantic crane, and by the native name argala, it is noted for its serpent-destroying habits.
Mountaineer.
An inhabitant of a mountain, one who lives among mountains.
Blot.
The perch on which a bird of prey is kept.
Cobaltic.
Pertaining to, derived from, or containing, cobalt, said especially of those compounds in which cobalt has higher valence, as cobaltic oxide.
Fulgurant.
Lightning.
Charm.
A word or combination of words sung or spoken in the practice of magic, a magical combination of words, characters, etc., an incantation.
Negative.
To neutralize the force of, to counteract.
Rim base.
A short cylinder connecting a trunnion with the body of a canon law of canon law.
Breast.
A torus.
Catile.
A coop-like cavity or organ, the cavity in which the leg of an insect is inserted at its articulation with the body.
Consume.
A clear soup or bouillon boiled down so as to be very rich.
Bragulus.
Without bragging.
Materia.
Consisting of matter.
Tremelled.
Of tremel.
Smeltery.
A house or place for smelting.
And flesh.
To clothe with flesh.
Convocation.
An assembly of the clergy, by their representatives, to consult on ecclesiastical affairs.
Ultimata.
A final proposition, concession, or condition, especially the final propositions, conditions, or terms offered by either of the parties in a diplomatic negotiation, the most favorable terms a negotiator can offer, the rejection of which usually puts an end to the hesitation.
Feltari.
The field fair.
Captain.
A person having authority over others acting in concert, as the captain of a boat's crew, the captain of a football team.
Flat band.
A list or fillet between the footings of a column.
Muddied.
Imperfect and past participle of muddy, confused, as if turbid with mud, cloudy in mind, dull, stupid, also, immethodical, incoherent, vague.
Vendemiaire.
The first month of the French Republican calendar, dating from September 22nd, 1792.
Mistruster.
One who mistrusts.
Un.
To cause not to be, to cause to be another.
Minuet.
A slow graceful dance consisting of a coupé, a high step, and a balance.
Hydrocephalus.
Having hydrocephalus. Ada.
Jarum.
A large drinking vessel. Also, its contents.
Monandrian.
Of or pertaining to the monandria, having but one stamen.
Sulcation.
A channel or furrow.
Anabaptism.
The doctrine of the Anabaptists.
Vaporimeter.
An instrument for measuring the volume or the tension of any vapor, specifically, an instrument of this sort used as an alcoholometer in testing spirituous liquors.
School.
The canons, precepts, or body of opinion or practice, sanctioned by the authority of a particular class or age, as he was a gentleman of the old school.
Ward.
One who, or that which, is guarded.
Inductometer.
An instrument for measuring or ascertaining the degree or rate of electrical induction.
Geophagus.
Living in the earth, applied to the ground beetles.
Gain.
Convenient, suitable, direct, near, handy, dexterous, easy, profitable, cheap, respectable.
Course.
Imperfect and past participle of course. Progress from point to point without change of direction. Any part of progress from one place to another, which is in a straight line, or on one direction, as a ship in a long voyage makes many courses, a course measured by a surveyor between two stations. Also, a progress without interruption or rest. He, as one course of a race.
Solos.
A tune, air, strain, or a whole piece, played by a single person on an instrument, or sung by a single voice.
Arrogate.
To assume, or claim as one's own, unduly, proudly, or presumptuously, to make undue claims to, from vanity or baseless pretensions to right or merit, as the Pope arrogated dominion over kings.
Winch.
To whine.
Tetanization.
The production or condition of tetanus.
Endoderm.
The innermost layer of the blastoderm and the structures derived from it, the hypoblast, the entoblast, the external skin or outer layer of an animal or plant, this being formed in an animal from the epiblast of blastoderm.
Fred.
Piece, a word used in composition, especially in proper names, as Alfred, Frederick.
Hemicicle.
A semicircular place, as a semicircular arena, or room, or part of a room.
Ovum.
One of the series of egg-shaped ornaments into which the ovolo is often carved.
Regipiece.
The timber forming the ridge of the roof, into which the rafters are secured.
System.
An assemblage of parts or organs, either in animal or plant, essential to the performance of some particular function or functions which as a rule are of greater complexity than those manifested by a single organ, as the capillary system, the muscular system, the digestive system, etc. Hence, the whole body as a functional unity.
thwart,
Figuratively, perverse, cross-grained.
fungate,
A salt of fungic acid.
pinole,
An aromatic powder used in Italy in the manufacture of chocolate.
diurnal,
Opening during the day and closing at night, set of flowers or leaves.
before,
Preceding in time, earlier than, previously to, anterior to the time when, sometimes with the additional idea of purpose, in order that
midland,
surrounded by the land, Mediterranean.
fluxins,
A method of analysis developed by Newton, and based on the conception of all magnitudes as generated by motion, and involving in their changes the notion of velocity or rate of change. Its results are the out of the neighborhood of, lessening or losing proximity to, leaving behind, by reason of, out of, by aid of, used whenever departure, setting out, commencement of action, being, state, occurrence, etc., or procedure, emanation, absence, separation, etc., are to be expressed. It is construed with, and indicates, the point of space or time at which the action, state, etc., are regarded as setting out or beginning. Also, less frequently, the source, the cause, the occasion, out of which anything proceeds, the antithesis and correlative of who, as, it is 100 miles from Boston to Springfield. He took his sword from his side, light proceeds from the sun, separate the coarse wool from the fine. Men have all sprung from Adam, and often go from good to bad, and from bad to worse. The merit of an action depends on the principle from which it proceeds. Men judge of facts from personal knowledge, or from testimony.
beavertine,
A kind of fustian made of coarse-wooled cotton, shorn after dyeing.
sprug,
To make smart.
herborist,
Herbalist.
polluting state,
A salt of polydenstic acid.
inverse,
A bursting in or into.
prowl,
To collect by plunder, as, to prowl money.
bus,
The portion of the human figure included between the head and waist, whether in statuary or in the person, the chest or thorax, the upper part of the trunk of the body.
learned,
Of learn.
antipyresis,
The condition or state of being free from fever.
brown bat,
The dowitcher or red-breasted snipe. The red-breasted or gray snipe Macroorhamphus griseus, called also brownback and grayback.
Scrape.
To occupy oneself with getting laboriously, as he scraped and saved until he became rich.
Use.
A stab of iron welded to the side of a forging, as a shaft, near the end, and afterward drawn down, by hammering, so as to lengthen the forging.
Weld.
A small cord covered with cloth and sewed on a seam or border to strengthen it, an edge of cloth folded on itself, usually over a cord, and sewed down.
Felspathic.
Pertaining to, or consisting of, feldspar.
Stable.
Durable, not subject to overthrow or change, firm, as, a stable foundation, a stable position.
Subfamily.
One of the subdivisions, of more importance than genus, into which certain families are divided.
Polity.
The form or constitution of the civil government of a nation or state, the framework or organization by which the various departments of government are combined into a systematic whole. A head covering of various kinds, a hood, a coif, a cap.
Echidnine.
The clear, viscid fluid secreted by the poison glands of certain serpents, also, a nitrogenous base contained in this, and supposed to be the active poisonous principle of the virus.
Thring.
To press, crowd, or throng.
Raise.
To bring into being, to produce, to cause to rise, come forth, or appear, often with up.
Skimp.
To make insufficient allowance for, to scant, to scrimp.
Repolish.
To polish again.
Relocation.
A second location.
Necessitous.
Narrow, destitute, pinching, pinch, as, necessitous circumstances.
Cersperm.
A minute parasite, usually the young of Gregorin, in the pseudonaviculus stage.
Monocotyledon.
A plant with only one cotyledon, or seed lobe.
Nautiloid.
Like or pertaining to the nautilus, shaped like a nautilus shell.
Meteorize.
To ascend in vapors, to take the form of a meteor.
Tally.
To score with correspondent notches, hence, to make to correspond, to cause to fit or suit.
Multiplicious.
Exhibited at divers times or in various ways, used to qualify nouns in the singular number.
Well.
To be subdued or abated, to yield, to abate.
Interolic.
Existing between royal courts.
Corby.
A raven, crow, arch, used as a charge.
Kopek.
A Russian copper coin, a small Russian coin. 100 kopecks make a ruble, worth about 60 cents.
Intramet.
To intermeddle with the effects or goods of another.
Hemicicle.
A half circle, a semicircle.
Repent.
To be sorry for sin as morally evil, and to seek forgiveness, to cease to love and practice sin.
Amygdalate.
An emulsion made of almonds, milk of almonds.
Biventral.
Having two bellies or protuberances, as the biventral, or digastric muscle, or the biventral lobe of the cerebellum.
Turfy.
Of or pertaining to the turf, or horse racing.
Love.
Due gratitude and reverence to God.
Rhyme.
Correspondence of sound in the terminating words or syllables of two or more verses, one succeeding another immediately or at no great distance. The words or syllables so used must not begin with the same consonant, or if one begins with a vowel the other must begin with a consonant. The vowel sounds and accents must be the same, as also the sounds of the final consonants if there be any.
Harpooned.
Imperfect and past participle of harpoon, a spear or javelin used to strike and kill large fish, as whales. The harping iron, it consists of a long shank, with a broad, flat, triangular head, sharpened at both edges, and is thrown by hand, or discharged from a gun.
Occupy.
To follow business, to traffic.
Sharp tail.
The pin-tailed grouse, or prairie chicken.
Pernity.
Proneness, propensity.
Paradigmatical.
Exemplary.
Milky.
A salt of melodic acid.
Shortcoming.
The failure of the crop, or the lie.
Spurgewort.
Any new flower beasis plant.
Papa.
The upland plover.
Paxi-waxy.
The strong ligament of the back of the neck in quadrupeds. It connects the back of the skull with dorsal spines of the cervical vertebrae, and helps to support the head, called also paxi-waxy and packwax.
Afflictedness.
The state of being afflicted, affliction.
Fastigiated.
Clustered, parallel, and upright, as the branches of the Lombardy poplar, pointed.
Pseudophyllary /
one of the two elongated vibratile young formed by fission of the embryo during the development of certain gregarin.
recomforture.
The act of recomforting, restoration of comfort.
Angelhood.
The state of being an angel, angelic nature.
Grandfatherly.
Like a grandfather in age or manner, kind, benignant, indulgent.
Peep.
To look cautiously or slyly, to peer, as through a crevice, to pry.
Mohali.
A South African lemur gallidomoly, having very large ears.
Crab.
To drift sidewise or to leeward, as a vessel.
Fearful.
Inspiring fear or awe, exciting apprehension or terror, terrible, frightful, dreadful.
Pungence.
The quality or state of being pungent or piercing, keenness, sharpness, piquancy, as the pungency of ammonia.
Particular.
Separate or distinct by reason of superiority, distinguished, important, noteworthy, unusual, special, as he brought no particular news. She was the particular belle of the party.
Gang.
To go, to walk.
Block.
To spot, stain, or bespatter, as with ink.
Precedently.
Beforehand, antecedently.
Suspected.
Distrusted, doubted.
Horror-struck.
Horror-stricken, horrified.
Transitive.
Having the power of making a transit or passage.
Rib.
In Gothic vaulting, one of the primary members of the vault, these are strong arches, meeting and crossing one another, dividing the whole space into triangles, which are then filled by vaulted construction of lighter material. Hence, an imitation of one of these in wood, plaster, or the like.
Case harden.
To render insensible to good influences.
Class.
A set, a kind or description, species or variety.
Laud.
To praise in words alone, or with words and singing, to celebrate, to extol.
Frothy.
Woody,
Stanchly.
in a stench manner.
Stint.
Any one of several species of small sandpipers, as the sanderling of Europe and America, the dunlin, the little stint of India Tringa minuta, etc., called also poom.
Twist.
A kind of cotton yarn, of several varieties.
Chomoid.
Funnel shape, applied particularly to hollow muscle attached to the ball of the eye in many reptiles and mammals.
Fusee.
A small packet of explosive material with wire appendages allowing it to be conveniently attached to railroad track. It will explode with a loud report when run over by a train, and is used to provide a warning signal to the engineer.
Patten.
A stuffed jacket worn under the mail, or later, a jacket plated with mail.
Sinuating.
Present participle and verbal noun of sinuate, to bend or curve in and out, to wind, to turn, to be sinuous.
Hexachord.
A series of 6 notes, with a semitone between the third and fourth, the other intervals being whole tones.
Asterion.
The point on the side of the skull where the lambdoid, paritomastoid and occipitomastoid sutures.
Crucify.
To fasten to cross, to put to death by nailing the hands and feet to cross or to
Dani.
one of a secret association of Mormons, bound by an oath to obey the heads of the church in all things.
Leisured.
Having leisure.
Predestined.
Imperfect and past participle of predestine, to decree beforehand, to foreordain, to predestine.
Sclerotic.
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid obtained from ergot or the sclerotium of a fungus growing on rye.
Lee.
On or toward the lee, or the side away from the wind, the opposite of either. The helm of a ship is a lee when pressed close to the lee side.
Pick.
To eat slowly, sparingly, or by morsels, to nibble.
Blastemal.
Relating to the blastema, rudimentary.
Marriage.
The act of marrying, or the state of being married, legal union of a man and a woman for life, as husband and wife, wedlock, matrimony.
Sing-song.
Bad singing or poetry.
Large-handed.
Having large hands, figuratively, taking, or giving, in large quantities, rapacious or bountiful.
Wackening.
The act of one who wackens, especially, the act of ceasing to sleep, and awakening.
Call.
To summon to the discharge of a particular duty, to designate for an office, or employment, especially of a religious character, often used of a divine summons, as, to be called to the ministry, sometimes, to invite, as, to call a minister to be the pastor of a church.
Castle guard.
A tax or imposition in a dwelling within a certain distance of a castle, for the purpose of maintaining watch and ward in it, castle ward.
Laureateship.
State or office of a laureate.
Contender.
One who contends, a contestant.
Microsthene.
One of a group of mammals having a small size as a typical characteristic. It includes the lower orders, as the Insectivora, Troptera, Rodentia, and Edentata.
Excellent.
Excellently, eminently, exceedingly.
Prize.
To move with a lever, to force up or open, to pry.
Breeze.
A fly of various species of the family Tabanid, noted for buzzing about animals and tormenting them by sucking their blood, called also horsefly and gadfly. They are among the largest of two-winged or dipterous insects. The name is also given to different species of bot fleas.
Intersert.
To put in between other things, to insert.
Psychiatria.
The application of the healing art to mental diseases.
Ancestral.
Of, pertaining to, derived from, or possessed by, an ancestor or ancestors, as, an ancestral estate.
Flame.
A person beloved, a sweetheart.
Supply.
To give, to bring or furnish, to provide, as, to supply money for the war.
Puzzle-headed.
Having the head full of confused notions.
Stir.
To change the place of in any manner. To move.
Sheep's eye.
A modest, diffident look, a loving glance, commonly in the plural.
Oxychloride.
A ternary compound of oxygen and chlorine, as plumbic oxychloride.
Heady.
Apt to affect the head, intoxicating, strong.
Ophrida.
A class of star-shaped echinoderms having a disc-like body, with slender, articulated arms, which are not grooved beneath and are often very fragile, called also opheroid and opheridia under brittle star.
Intentionally.
In an intentional manner, with intention, by design, of purpose.
Kilabdar.
A district on the west coast of Africa.
Drollery.
The quality of being droll. Sportive tricks, buffoonery, droll stories, comical gestures or manners.
Lash.
A stroke with a whip, or anything pliant and tough, as the culprit received 39 lashes.
Yawp.
A cry of distress, rage, or the like, as the cry of a sickly bird, or of a child in pain.
Span.
Hence, a small space or a brief portion of time.
daunted,
Imperfect and past participle of daunt, to repress or subdue the courage of, to check by fear of danger, to cow, to intimidate, to dishearten.
disjunctive,
Pertaining to disjunct tetrachords.
review,
To re-examine judicially, as the higher court may review the proceedings and judgments of the lower one.
contrive,
To form by an exercise of ingenuity, to devise, to invent, to design, to plan.
advance,
To bring to view or notice, to offer or propose, to show, as, to advance an argument.
almighty,
Unlimited in might, omnipotent, all-powerful, irresistible.
Levi,
A priest, so called in contempt or ridicule.
weatherly,
Working, or able to sail, close to the wind, as a weatherly ship.
no,
May, can,
necklace,
a string of beads, etc., or any continuous band or chain, worn around the neck as an ornament.
single,
To select, as an individual person or thing, from among a number. To choose out from others, to separate.
aluminiferous,
Containing alum.
renovate,
To make over again, to restore to freshness or vigor, to renew.
blazing,
Present participle and verbal noun of blaze, a stream of gas or vapor emitting light and heat in the process of combustion, a bright flame.
Putin,
The substance which, added to the material of a cell wall, makes it waterproof, as in cork.
tipper,
A kind of ale brewed with brackish water obtained from a particular well, so called from the first brewer of it, one Thomas Tipper.
Teluga,
One of the people speaking the Telugu language.
thicken,
To render dense, to inspissate, as, to thicken paint.
guidance,
The act or result of guiding, the superintendence or assistance of a guide, direction, government, a leading.
richly,
In a rich manner.
corimbed,
Consisting of corims, or resembling them in form.
moldered,
Imperfect and past participle of molder. To crumble into small particles, to turn to dust by natural decay, to lose form, or waste away, by a gradual separation of the component particles, without the presence of water, to crumble away.
meteor,
specifically, a transient luminous body or appearance seen in the atmosphere, or in a more elevated region.
Fill.
Imperative of fall. Imperative of fall.
Diminutive.
Tending to diminish.
Apparel.
The furniture of a ship, as masts, sails, rigging, anchors, guns, etc.
Bungrass.
A projecting bonnet or shade to protect the complexion, also, a wide-brimmed hat.
Labialize.
To modify by contraction of the lip opening.
Stultifying.
Present participle and verbal noun of stultify, to make foolish, to make a fool of, as, to stultify one by imposition, to stultify oneself by silly reasoning or conduct.
Flatten.
To throw down, to bring to the ground, to prostrate, hence, to depress, to deject, to dispirit.
Decrease.
To cause to grow less, to diminish gradually, as extravagance decreases one's means.
Housekeeping.
Domestic, used in a family, as housekeeping commodities.
Hemicardia.
A lateral half of the heart, either the right or left.
Eye.
That which resembles the organ of sight in form, position, or appearance.
Hire.
One who hires.
His.
Third person singular present of authorize, for a sith.
List.
A limit or boundary, a border.
Monastery.
A house of religious retirement, or of seclusion from ordinary temporal concerns, especially for monks, more rarely applied to such a house for females.
Contradictor.
One who contradicts.
Cavillus.
Characterized by cavilling, or disposed to cavil, quibbing.
Consenter.
One who consents.
Ultimate.
To come or bring to an end, to eventuate, to end.
Deluge.
The washing away, an overflowing of the land by water, an inundation, a flood, specifically, the deluge, the great flood in the days of Noah, Genesis 7.
Bushfighter.
One accustomed to bushfighting.
Gold beaten.
Of gold.
Coaster.
A vessel employed in sailing along a coast, or engaged in the coasting trade.
Pace.
Specifically, a kind of fast tempo, a rack.
Galena.
A a remedy or antidote for poison, Theriaca.
Exonerate.
To unload, to disburden, to discharge.
Lanate.
Woolly, covered with fine long hair, or hair-like filaments.
Albuminous.
Pertaining to, or containing, albumin, having the properties of, or resembling, albumin or albumin.
Presumptuous.
Done with old design, rash confidence, or in violation of known duty, willful.
Cater.
To provide food, to buy, procure, or prepare provisions.
Auditress.
A female hearer.
Whapping.
Present participle in verbal noun of whop, to throw oneself quickly, or by an abrupt motion, to turn suddenly, as, she whapped down on the floor, the fish whapped over.
Weight.
A scale, or graduated standard, of heaviness, a mode of estimating weight, as, a word of paw weight, troy weight, apothecary's weight.
Dab.
To strike by a thrust, to hit with a sudden blow or thrust.
Load.
To adulterate or drug, as, to load wine.
Fork.
One of the parts into which anything is forcated or divided, a prong, a branch of a stream, a road, etc., a barbed point, as of an arrow.
Scepterless.
Having no scepter, without authority, powerless, as, a scepterless king.
Relia.
The chrysalis, or pupa of an insect, especially when reflecting a brilliant golden color, as that of some of the butterflies.
Daguerreotype.
To produce or represent by the daguerreotype process, as a picture.
Legible.
Capable of being discovered or understood by apparent marks or indications, as, the thoughts of men are often legible in their countenances.
Equipare.
To compare.
Mazarin.
Of or pertaining to Cardinal Mazarin, Prime Minister of France, 1643 to 1661.
Bishop sleeve.
A wide sleeve, once worn by women.
Crest.
The summit of a hill or mountain ridge.
Automatical.
Not voluntary, not depending on the will. Mechanical, as, automatic movements or functions.
Braid.
To mingle, or to bring to uniformly soft consistence, by beating, rubbing, or straining, as in some culinary operations.
Thin.
not close, not crowded, not filling the space, not having the individuals of which the thing is composed in a close or compact state, hence, not abundant, as the trees of a forest are thin, the corn or grass is thin.
Aerolitic.
Of or pertaining to aerolites, meteoric, as aerolitic iron.
Agrim.
A disease occurring in Bengal and other parts of the East Indies, in which the tongue chaps and cleaves.
Stimulant.
An agent which produces a temporary increase of vital activity in the organism, or in any of its parts, sometimes used without qualification to signify an alcoholic beverage used as a stimulant.
Corrupt.
To become putrid or tainted, to putrefy, to rot.
Harpy.
A large and powerful, double-crested, short-winged American eagle Throssatidus harpyia. It ranges from Texas to Brazil.
Profaneness.
The quality or state of being profane, especially the use of profane language.
Rotulic.
Pertaining to, or designating, a debasic acid of the oxalic series found in Archil Rochella tinctoria, etc., and other lichens, and extracted as a white crystalline substance C17H32O4.
Patriarchal.
Of or pertaining to patriarch or to patriarchs, possessed by, or subject to, patriarchs, as patriarchal authority or jurisdiction, a patriarchal see, a patriarchal church.
Supraocular.
Above the eyes, set of certain scales of fishes and reptiles.
Distemper.
An enduring natural temper, or disproportionate mixture of parts.
Senblind.
Having defective sight, dim-sighted, purblind.
Production.
The act of lengthening out or prolonging.
Brave.
Coming before others, or before the usual time, early.
Belto.
A troll, a bolter. The mode of fishing with a bolter or spiller.
Hoity-toity.
Thoughtless, giddy, flighty, also, gaudy, patronizing, as, to be in hoity-toity spirits, or to assume hoity-toity airs, used also as an exclamation, denoting surprise or disapprobation, with some degree of contempt.
Dietetic.
Pertaining to, or dependent on, a diathesis or special constitution of the body, as dietetic disease.
Printed.
Imperfect and past participle of print, to strike off an impression or impressions of, from type, or from stereotype, electrotype, or engraved plates, or the like, in a wider sense, to do the typesetting, presswork, etc., of a book or other publication, as, to print books, newspapers, pictures, to print an edition of a book.
round,
to go round, as a guard.
self-reliance,
Reliance on one's own powers or judgment, self-trust.
lordliness,
The state or quality of being lordly.
drongo,
A passerine bird of the family Dicurrid. They are usually black with a deeply forked tail. They are natives of Asia, Africa, and Australia, called also drongo shrikes.
far,
In a great proportion, by many degrees, very much, deeply, greatly.
autoptic,
Seen with one's own eyes, belonging to, or connected with, personal observation, as, autoptic testimony or experience.
powwow,
To use conjuration, with noise and confusion, for the cure of disease, etc., as among the North American Indians.
remarkable,
Worthy of being remarked or noticed, noticeable, conspicuous, hence, uncommon, extraordinary.
seriocomic,
Having a mixture of seriousness and sport, serious and comical.
laugh,
A clownish, awkward fellow, a bumpkin.
sweat,
To get something advantageous, as money, property, or labor from anyone, by exaction or oppression, as, to sweat a spendthrift, to sweat laborers.
illuminate,
One who enlightened, especially, a pretender to the extraordinary light and knowledge.
electrical,
Pertaining to the electricity, consisting of, containing, derived from, or produced by, electricity, as, electric power or virtue, and electric jar, electric effects, and electric spark.
fall,
To become prostrate and dead, to die, especially, to die by violence, as in battle.
view,
A detached low mountain, or high rising abruptly from the general level of the surrounding plain, applied to peculiar elevations in the Rocky Mountain region.
square,
To make even, so as leave no remainder of difference, to balance, as, to square accounts.
internuncio,
The representative, or chargé d'affaires, of the Pope at a foreign court or seat of government, ranking next below nuncio.
trichum,
A hair on the surface of leaf or stem, or any modification of the hair, as a minute scale, or star, or land. The sporange of ferns are believed to be of the nature of trichums.
sting,
To shoot with pain.
undecilenic,
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid C11H20O2, homologous with acrylic acid, and obtained as a white crystalline substance by the distillation of castor oil.
Appealer.
one who makes an appeal.
Hydrocarbon.
A compound containing only hydrogen and carbon, as methane, benzene, etc., also, by extension, any of their derivatives.
Hail.
To sing.
Intimated.
Imperfect and past participle of intimate, to suggest obscurely or indirectly, to refer to remotely, to give slight notice of, to hint, as, he intimated his intention of resigning his office.
Gleam.
A ray or glimmer of light, a gleam.
Tricuspidate.
Three-pointed, ending in 3 points, as, a tricuspidate leaf.
Acetinic.
Pertaining to, or derived from, acetin, as, acetic acid, which is also called trioxindole.
Piscation.
Fishing, fishery.
Palma.
A South African plant Prioneum palmita, of the rush family, having long serrated leaves. The stems have been used for making brushes.
Making.
Present participle and verbal noun of make, to bring about, to bring forward, to be the cause or agent of, to effect, do, perform, or execute, often used with a noun to form a phrase equivalent to the simple verb that corresponds to such noun, as, to make complaint, for to complain, to make record of, for to record, to make abode, for to abide, etc.
Mist.
Coarse, watery vapor, floating or falling invisible particles, approaching the form of rain, as, Scotch mist.
Immethodical.
Not methodical, without method or systematic arrangement, without order or regularity, confused.
Autocratic.
Of or pertaining to autocracy or to an autocrat, absolute, holding independent and arbitrary powers of government.
Capital.
Having reference to, or involving, the forfeiture of the head or life, affecting life, punishable with death, as, capital trials, capital punishment.
Beaker.
A large drinking cup, with a wide mouth, supported on a foot or standard.
Pathology.
A needless repetition of words in speaking or writing.
Introit.
An anthem or psalm sung before the communion service.
Delicate.
Of exacting tastes and habits, dainty, fastidious.
Nononi.
Any one of several metameric unsaturated hydrocarbons C9H14 of the valylene series.
Mercenaries.
One who is hired, a hireling, especially a soldier hired into foreign service.
Amphignous.
Relating to both parents.
Pyrrhic.
A fossil bivalve mollusk of the genus Pyrrhic, of many species, having a conical, cup-shaped undervalve, with a flattish upper valve or lid. Pyrrhics are found only in the Cretaceous rocks.
Mensal.
Occurring once in a month, monthly.
Cheat.
One who cheats or deceives, an impostor, a deceiver, a cheater.
Chaucer.
A foot covering of any kind.
Moothill.
A hill of meeting or council. An elevated place in the open air where public assemblies or courts were held by the Saxons, called, in Scotland, Moothill.
Papyrography.
The process of multiplying copies of writings, etc., by means of the papyrograph.
Certain.
Unfailing, infallible.
Tarlatan.
A kind of thin, transparent muslin, used for dresses.
Idoneous.
Appropriate, suitable, proper, fit, adequate.
Primed.
Imperfect and past participle of prim. Formal, precise, affectedly neat or nice, as, prim regularity, a prim person.
Aphelia.
That point of a planet's or comet's orbit which is most distant from the Sun, the opposite point being the perihelion.
Repay.
To pay anew, or a second time, as a debt.
Crucifix.
A representation in art of the figure of Christ upon the cross, especially the sculptured figure affixed to a real cross of wood, ivory, metal, or the like, used by the Roman Catholics in their devotions.
Stonily.
In a stony manner.
Lucifer.
A genus of free-swimming macaron crustacea, having a slender body and long appendages.
Incompact.
Not compact, not having the parts firmly united, not solid, incoherent, loose, discrete.
Sanctity.
The state or quality of being sacred or holy, holiness, saintliness, moral purity, godliness.
Suffer.
To endure or undergo without sinking, to support, to sustain, to bear up under.
Co-assessor.
A joint assessor.
Kahau.
The water thrush or accenter.
Faith.
Credibility or truth.
Afghan.
Of or pertaining to Afghanistan.
Exhort.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.